motherfucker.
Okay, so I just want to chill out for a little bit, play the game, drink my coffee. I'm gonna see how long it takes before I cry. Listen to some reviews.
It's 21.
Oh, it does.
Yeah,
Oh,
see?
oh,
God,
okay.
people would think that would be a setup. Look at this guy. See, that's why, yeah, this guy runs the place.
I could check this out. One more? Yeah, because it's 20, but it'll really do 21 because you can do. Look at that. Nice. 21 rounds of 5.7.
Once again, I, James Reeves, am faced with the Kel-Tec conundrum. It's nearly impossible for me to make a fair review of these guns. It's a little bit like Glock. I just have a personal bias in favor of the brand. I've met and I've interviewed George Kelgren, brilliant dude. He's passionate about the gun industry. He and Carl Brugger stand out to me as men in the industry who are courageous enough to do something new and different just because they want to, and they see it through. Also, the original Kel-Tec factory was set up in Florida, my country of origin. However, unlike Glock or B&T, it's often difficult to make an unreserved recommendation for Kel-Tecs because the manufacturing can be hit or miss. I would argue that it's a byproduct of Mr. Kelgren's philosophy to provide unique but affordable firearms to the gun community. After all, you could probably buy 2 or 3 of the most expensive Kel-Tecs for the same price as one of the least expensive B&Ts. I'm trying to say I got a soft spot in my heart for this company, and I'm probably going to tell you to buy this pistol today, even though, as you'll see in this review, while the design's great, the execution less than great. Let's begin. Today we're talking about the Kel-Tec PR57, on paper a viable, if not high-level choice for concealed carry or to use as a defensive pistol. It uses the FN57 round. That means you're going to get low recoil but high capacity in a pistol chambered for a round designed to supersede the 9mm in every way. I've done plenty of videos on TFB TV about the 5.7 round. There are some certainties and uncertainties about this round. What is for sure is that some of them are armor defeating. I've even successfully managed to defeat level 3 body armor just barely with SS-190 black tip ammo. But soft armor, even the subsonic rounds will chew through layers and layers of it.
Hate to ruin the surprise for you. This is not going to go very well for our test dummy. Let's check it out. Here we go. Looks like we're not having such a good time. Yeah, there we go. All in about the size of a quarter. Hard to see from the front. In fact, almost invisible from the front.
Good center shot.
Yeah. It's a good shooting gun. This armor is not intended to protect the weapon from rifle fire, sharp edge, or pointed instruments. Well, I would say that was a pointed instrument.
We've also gel tested several different types of sporting and law enforcement ammo, and I've seen pretty impressive results through bare gel. Interestingly, the temporary wound cavity caused by this extremely fast bullet is insane. That said, it's an inconsistent performer. There are plenty of stories about the 5.7 being terminally effective, but perhaps just as many stories and reports from ballisticians that say that the round's inferior to 9mm. No question, the round can be effective. No question, you can get much more capacity in the same height magazine with 5.7, and no question the 5.7 recoils like a hot 22. And more manufacturers, including even Palmetto State Armory, are making 5.7 ammo, meaning that prices are coming down for it, which is a traditional complaint about 5.7. As with any Kel-Tec pistol, the PR57 was met with skepticism by many consumers when it was announced at SHOT Show 2025. The main issue? It doesn't have a magazine.
No, I just paused. And then I tried to hit the magazine release.
What a goon.
Alright, ready?
Yep.
That's right, doesn't have a magazine. You load it through the top of the slide with stripper clips. The downsides of this are obvious. After all, we are all John Wick, and we need to be able to execute lightning-fast magazine changes during our tactical operations. First, my buddy John Correa of Active Self-Protection says that he's watched like, whatever it is, 10,000 self-defense shooting videos or some absurd number. He can't think of any time where a civilian has had to reload. I would imagine that would be doubly true if all the guns used in those videos had a 21-round capacity.
True.
In other words, statistically, your chances of needing to reload in a defensive gun use are next to nothing, according to John. And then I would say those already slim chances are further cut in at least half when you're carrying a gun that has double the capacity. Second, relative to other guns that you might carry, a reload with the PR-57 isn't all that slow.
See, we're getting better. We're getting better. That was good.
Well, I can get 20 rounds in this gun faster than I can get 6 into a revolver, and arguably I can probably top this gun up faster than changing a 1911 magazine 2 or 3 times. The PR-57 wasn't just a fuck it, let's make a gun that doesn't take magazines proposition. It's smaller, thinner, and lighter than any other 5.7 pistol as a result. A Glock 43, one of the smallest, lightest 9mm pistols on the market with a 6+1 capacity, weighs 18 ounces with an empty magazine. The PR-57, it's a quarter-pound lighter, less than 14 ounces, while holding 3 times as much ammunition. At its widest point, it's 0.94 inches thick. A Glock 43 is an inch thick at its widest point. It's 5 inches tall, making it shorter than the P365X Macro. In other words, because it doesn't accept a magazine, it's lighter, it's smaller, and it's thinner than anything else that's comparable and by a huge margin. Kel-Tec says the rotating barrel system it uses also reduces the weight, and rotating barrel systems typically reduce recoil along with the dual recoil spring system that the PR-57 uses. This gun has basically no recoil. It's also optics ready, allowing you to mount Shield RMSC micro red dot pattern optics. All this shit, and it costs $399 MSRP. That's insane. This gun to me symbolizes everything that I know and love about Kel-Tec. Ingenious design, practical, useful, affordable. A gun that's truly outside the box while being inside of your credit card spending limit. But it's also very Kel-Tec because, and this is where the rubber always meets the road with Kel-Tec guns, inconsistency. I somehow own 4 Kel-Tec P380s, and I somehow never had a malfunction with any of them. But if you search online, you're going to hear plenty of horror stories about people who want to.
Gotcha, bitch.
Kel-Tec shotgun, the KSG, failed my 500-round shotgun burn down after the tube selector broke and rendered the gun inoperable.
Oh, yeah. That shouldn't be like that. So you can see right there, Ryan, show us that little detent that popped out. So it's preventing Ryan from sliding the tube selector over. In the process of trying to put the detent for the mag tube selector switch back in place, the detent itself just popped out. And you can maybe see the spring
Yeah, I've got
there
it
where it used to
hidden
be.
right now. So.
Ryan's trying to fix it.
The Kel-Tec P11, great concept. I would say the first micro-compact pistol a decade before the SIG P365, but it just had an awful trigger. When you try to get everything to fit within a budget and you try to do something new and innovative within that budget, it's difficult to execute it perfectly, and that was our experience on the range with this gun. Less than for the price. The photos are fine. It's a simple gun. No one had any major complaints about the manual of arms or using it.
I know, right?
I know. You're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
What do you think?
So, no recoil.
No recoil.
No recoil.
Non-existent.
Sights are pretty basic. Accurate enough.
How's the trigger?
Trigger's okay. Let's see. So, you definitely have a good long travel of the trigger, but it is smooth.
Yeah, I mean, you're just used to Kel-Tecs having those legendarily good triggers.
Right.
That, you know, it would be really out of place for this one to have a bad trigger.
Right.
No, I mean, look, it's Kel-Tec. It's going to be inexpensive. It's going to be innovative. I mean, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Yep.
Real quick, 1 out of 10. What do you give it?
I give it about a 6.5.
That's pretty solid.
Six and a
pretty
half.
solid.
Yeah.
6.5. The trigger, not bad. It's just really long. It is really one. It's actually not a bad trigger at all. There's 20 rounds. Got a couple of flyers, just 2 flyers, but I mean, there's 20 rounds, and we are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I mean, like about what? 25 feet? Yeah, about 25 feet, give or take. And we just put 20 rounds into like a fist-sized group. That's really impressive. Notwithstanding the fact that it's got a long trigger. Notwithstanding the fact that I don't really like how the sights are configured. You see the white, and this is subjective. You can see how these the white here kind of blends in. They're not dots. The white goes all the way up to the top of the blade, the sight blade. For me, I found it kind of difficult to use that against a white background. But I mean, you know, the accuracy is actually pretty good, especially for a gun that's got a suboptimal. But you know, not bad.
As I mentioned, recoil does not exist. Accuracy was acceptable, and this is a fun-as-hell gun to shoot. However, although we shot several hundred rounds through this gun, we had repeated failures.
Damn it, Kel-Tec, why do you gotta let me down like this?
I'll say that American Eagle ammo is a good range ammo, but has a terrible reputation for reliability.
Now, we go to the cheap stuff, the American Eagle. So Ryan's gonna shoot this first, and we'll see if the new PR57 can handle Walmart grade 5.7 ammo.
Oh.
So we did have a malfunction with the Federal. There we go. And you might have a double feed too.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get that on camera. Might have a double feed too. Okay. I think the way I think you got it.
I think this is gonna have to come out.
It's gonna have to come out.
Or-
Stuff it back in there. Put it back on the top.
She said.
Nice. Put it back in.
Put it back in.
Oh. Dead trigger.
Shut up.
Oh, it's out of battery.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Yeah, so rack it.
Was that empty? Okay. Scope pipe. God, you weren't lying.
Yep.
Scope pipe.
Done yet? God damn it.
Okay. So that sucked.
Kel-Tec had the same issues I've had with just about any other gun shooting this ammo. It did not work reliably.
We just saw shooting with the American Eagle that
Ooh.
shitload of, I mean, every round, every other round, some sort of malfunction. To its credit, even though you can't remove the magazine for handling malfunctions, it's pretty easy to kind of work up here, kind of like operation, right?
But even when we switched to several other brands of high-end ammunition, we still had primarily ejection issues with the gun.
We're gonna go straight into the hollow point spear gold dot tactical personal protection 40 grain hollow points, and we'll see how it runs with this. It might just be that it doesn't like shitty Federal 5.7 ammo, which, you know, fair enough.
True.
That was just me coming off the.
Fuck.
Okay. So we did have a malfunction. Look, we've got a failure to eject. But again, we got a lot of space to work with up here. Looks like we're gonna need it. Pretty disappointed that we haven't been able to get through the past 2 magazines without multiple malfunctions. But you know what? Let's just oil this bitch up. I hate doing it, but I think we're gonna have to, and let's see if that fixes it.
After experiencing several failures and genuinely wanting this gun to function, we broke it down, oiled it up a little bit, and we still had some issues.
We've got another mag of gold dot hollow point. We've just lubed the gun. Now, to be fair, we were just shooting it dry right out of the box to start with. So we just lubricated it. Doesn't work now, no excuses. All right, here we go.
Damn. Hold on, I kind of want to see this. Oof. Rip.
Shit. After we shot another box or 2 through it, messed with it a little bit more, the failures became less frequent, and then they just totally went away.
American Eagle, who knows?
Oh.
Well, I'll be damned. So that American Eagle that we couldn't go 1 round without functioning just ran perfectly.
Although at that point we were almost out of ammo. Our last box of 50 rounds had no failures. Unfortunately, I haven't been back to the range since, so I don't know if the next time we boot this thing up, it's going to work flawlessly because we just broke it in, or if the next box we try to push through, it's going to see the same failure.
It's running now. So even with federal problem ammo, now to be fair, we had some mistakes. We had some mishaps in the beginning of this video, but now that it's been lubed, now that we've broken it in a little bit, it's running everything. So that's a positive sign.
So do I recommend that you buy this gun and carry 2 different things? If you're interested in 5.7, this is a fun and well-executed gun that's dirt cheap for a 5.7 pistol. I think if this gun interests you, yeah, go ahead, buy it, sure, why not? Where I'd hesitate is the carry. And that's really unfortunate because this is a pistol with a lot of potential. It's slim, it's small, it's lightweight. We already talked about the boogeyman that is reloading the gun. That is, you don't need to do it, so don't worry about it. Plus, the stripper clips go a lot easier in the pocket than full magazines anyways. But that said, with firearm technology being where it's at today, we're kind of over the break-in period. For defensive handguns, we have plenty of concealed carry options that are reliable right out of the box and right through your 100 pieces of ammunition. It's really hard for me to recommend purchasing this gun for personal defense because of the number of failures we experienced in our range session, though they did manage to work themselves out towards the end of the session. That said, my experience with Kel-Tec pistols is that it's entirely possible to buy one and it's reliable for you as long as you I don't know if anyone is making or ever will make holsters for this gun, which kind of limits your options anyways for carry, but if they did, I would figure out what my defensive ammunition situation is going to be, run as many boxes that I can afford through the gun to make sure it's reliable before I carry it. Don't mistake that for a recommendation. I'm just telling you what I would do with a $399 MSRP handgun that weighs just 14 ounces while holding 21 rounds of armor-defeating ammunition, and being less than 1 inch thick was too tempting for me to pass on as a defensive firearm.
True.
I would say buyer beware, but at the same time, I don't think anyone's getting disappointed with this gun if you're using it just to shoot at the range for how cheap it is. Yeah, I like the gun. Maybe it's some personal bias talking, but that's fine. This is another brilliant concept from engineers at Kel-Tec, and after all, if you guys don't buy this gun, how often will they be able to psychoactive hallucinogens they need in order to vision quest their way into the next ingenious Kel-Tec design? Did you like this video? As you probably guessed, Kel-Tec certainly didn't pay me to make it. You guys did. I need your help. Subscribestar.com/TFETV. That pays me, that pays Ryan, that pays Kelsey. While we have had 2 firearms sponsors in the history of TFETV, that is Mossberg, I don't see that money, nor do I know how much they make. I do not accept money in exchange for favorable reviews of guns, and while I am compensated by the firearm blog for making these videos, it's really those of you on subscribestar.com/TFETV that make this possible, and that's why we contribute over $2,000 awesome gear and benefits from our sponsors like Top Gun Supply, your online shooting sports superstore every single month. Thanks as usual also to our sponsor Ventura Munitions, but thank you most of all for watching and take care.
That was close. Comfort 3 is not that bad. What the fuck?
Breaking news, a new video shows an out-of-control box truck crashing into a parked car in Midtown, sending it into a crowd of pedestrians on the sidewalk. In all, 10 people are hurt. Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles is live at the scene with the very latest. Darla.
Liz, let me give you a live look at what you can see right now on West 30th and 8th Avenue here in Midtown. Traffic has resumed moving, but you can see here to the right of the screen, this was the unoccupied work van that was struck. And if you look further ahead beyond the traffic light, you can see the Ryder box truck that hit this van. I want to go straight to surveillance video because that really shows you what happened earlier. You can see that this white box truck, this work van, industrial commercial small vehicle, it was parked on the side of the street when the Ryder box truck just smashed into the left rear end of the truck. You can see there were about 4 people on the sidewalk at the time. You see some of the pedestrians moving out of the way, running out of the way, and then you see the Ryder box truck kind of stopping beyond the traffic light because they were injured as well. So this all began to unfold just before 4 o'clock this afternoon, where again this Ryder box truck traveling northbound on 8th Avenue swerved out of control, hit a parked vehicle. In total, 8 people were transported to Bellevue, all 9 life-threatening injuries, and 2 of the people who were transported were occupants of the Ryder truck that caused this accident.
All of a sudden there's a smash. My mom's looking this way. She sees the initial part, and I see the truck coming because they didn't stop. They were going probably at least 50 miles per hour and still going and trying to go after they smashed the whole front end of the truck. I saw the woman, she was laying down. She basically got smashed up against this, thrown against the wall, and then she was just sitting there for a while. And people ran over there and people were helping her. She's making sure she sat up.
So that woman was one of those taken to Bellevue with non-life-threatening injuries. I just spoke to another witness who said she was able to respond, was relatively alert after being thrown against the wall here. This is a City of New York Human Resources Administration building, pretty solid, older infrastructure that she was slammed against. You can even see in that surveillance video earlier where the box van was struck the smaller truck and it traveled about 30 feet in advance. This obviously could have been a lot worse, but right now traffic is moving, but it is snarled as a result of these streets being shut down for so long. I can also say again that the driver of that box van stayed at the scene, and right now the NYPD does not suspect any criminality. For now, reporting live in Midtown, Darla Miles, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Ugh. I'll take the ancient wood. It's over here. Alright, I'll be back for the iron. I need to build another portal. What the hell are you guys doing here? They got destroyed. Where the fuck is the bear? Yeah, why the fuck is there an army here when I don't need it? Okay, bro. Relax. Sorry, Mr. Troll, you're about to be unemployed.
You've got to be sure.
Disaster unfolds as a dad and his son are caught up in floodwaters and swept away. They're trapped inside as their vehicle slips down an embankment. Cops say dad and son managed to escape, but then became separated in the rushing water. Police rescued the dad, but after a 20-hour search, 2-year-old Xavier was found dead.
Now, a stunning and unexpected turn in this tragedy. Police say due to the severity of this case, they've arrested the father.
Police handcuffed Brandon Padilla Aguilera at his home in Barstow, California. The charge, vehicular manslaughter and child abuse inducement. He pled not guilty. I spoke to AAA's Doug Shute.
The father was there with his 2-year-old. They both got out. They got separated. It's very easy to get separated in rushing water.
We hear about this frequently when someone tries to get out of rushing water thinking that they can, hold on to their loved ones. That water is moving very fast. It's going to knock you into other items. You don't want to put yourself in that position in the first place.
Oh, come on, bro.
Here. You got
clip went viral of Hassan blackpilling on stream, talking about how much he hates liberals, how much he hates certain areas of the left, purity testing is so hard, and also how much he hates his life. In response, immediately people pointed out that this emotional lashing out probably is due to all the recent bad press due to the whole Kaya shock collar situation, with others saying that Hassan is actually valid and that there's parts of the left that hold you to standards which you can never meet. Hassan also got upset at his own community for asking him to take accountability, saying that he's not going to be playing into insane hallucinations. Welcome to the internet versus Hassan's black pill. It starts when he tweets out this clip with the caption, Hassan crashes out and black pills on everything.
I can't stand any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking god, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single fucking person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately woke leftist. You did it. You did it. You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within me, okay? I am black-pilled. Nothing will ever get better. We are never gonna make it out. We can't even have a normal fucking non-hostile goddamn conversation on any of these issues. Everybody just simply wants to fucking chirp into the wind because they have no power and they recognize their utter powerlessness in the face of unjustifiable constructs that we fucking exist under. And the best possible fucking thing you can do is just be goddamn annoying, okay? Oh, God. Right when the reporter is asking you about optimism, I want to just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off. I just want to go away. If I wasn't so goddamn stubborn, I would have a long time ago. Oh my lord, dude. I 100% think you should someday go on sub-only mode. What do you mean? The most annoying people are literally like the 40-month subscribers. The person that caused me to fucking spiral just now is Hidijo Offliner or whatever. And that is like a routine nuisance and an offliner in this community, okay? He is a consistent voice of nuisance, okay? What are you talking about? The people that actually brick me, the people that actually cause me to fucking spiral out of control are always the people that have been in this fucking community for years, who never shut the fuck up. I have banned him before. It's literally just, like, I'm not even singling him out. He's just one example. But this happens all the fucking time, bro. Anyway. one of the worst aspects of like this kind of gathering online is that people, I think people don't behave like this in the real world. That's unironically what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets, right? Because I see grandparents and I see kids and I see regular ass folk that see right from wrong and they say, fuck this. What do you mean you're just like kidnapping my neighbors? Get the fuck out of here. And they protest. And that gives me confidence. And then when I go back to the internet and I get fucking yelled at by a bunch of screenager iPad babies who are 38 years old who think that the most like radical socialist position is to constantly chirp in a fucking Twitch streamer's chat and hyper scrutinize everything and then like refuse to understand like broader points, okay? Refuse to be open-minded. Then I'm black-pilled again. It's virtually impossible not to be black-pilled if you're online all the fucking time. Everything that we do here is so bad. It's so fucking bad.
Sulionath replies, he's literally having a dog torture withdrawals. Tectone says, if he thinks he hates his life, just imagine Kaya. Infernal Blazing Phoenix replies with this picture of Asmongold. James Earl Cash says, bro is a multi-millionaire, amazing job, tons of fans, nice house,
True.
nice car, beautiful girlfriend, and he hates his life because his chatters are a little bit disturbed by the way he treats his dog. Could you imagine being so fragile? Matthias replies with this clip in the caption, Hassan right now when he can't electrocute his dog live.
I want to die. That's say over and over and over again. I hate being alive. I hate being alive. I hate breathing. I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous pain. Help me. Help me. Help me.
Grunt DZ says, Hassan, we can't even have a normal fucking non-hostile goddamn conversation on these issues. Also Hassan, yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the street soak in their fucking red capitalist blood. What a fucking moron. Step on the Queen says, always remember one account that mildly criticized his behavior toward Amber Heard. He harassed them on stream, and about 6 months after, they made a random comments about feeling sad, and he showed up in the replies saying them having mental health problems was what fueled him. Silverhand says, multi-millionaire whose job is to bitch and moan about nothing hates his life because he's not allowed to abuse his dog anymore. Enemy Charlie says, nah, this was warranted. Chronically online leftists that purity test to hell and back are maddening. The most distressful and obnoxious people on the planet, even when you're a leftist yourself. They make you never want to discuss politics again. And Kai says, I think Hassan is an architect in this, and that he has built a base of the most chronically online and insufferable people on the internet. His message is incredibly important, but the people who are able to watch 8-hour streams every day are those insufferable people. I don't believe it was his intended goal, but he doesn't seem to have the personality that would work with the types of people who develop parasocial internet relationships. Sort of fell directly into the worst possible conditions he could exist in. Most of his watchers are there for Hassan, not the politics. He's become an online figure rather than a political figure. I think he'd be far better suited to be an IRL politician. Can't imagine how annoying it must be to hate all of your viewer base. Everything Price Sufferer says, one bad PR cycle was all it took. One lousy week of no glossy magazine articles about what a dashing bad boy with a heart of gold he is. Justin Wing says, Hassan conservative arc gonna be crazy. And EVP replies, he'd last less than a day, let's be honest. If he gets pissed at leftists for purity testing, wait till conservatives are demanding he boycott his ends because a trans person was holding one. Bluesdank quote tweets Heat by saying, this is how I'm Alex used to talk every single time someone would call him out on something, by the way. Just an FYI for those of you who can't decide if this guy's a piece of shit yet or not. Oh my god, wait, it's exactly the same. He did it too. Attaching this clip.
I hate this job. I fucking really hate it. Fuck me. Fuck me. That's really fucking not on. Man, I plug in a new piece of... Fuck me. Seriously, I fucking can't be bothered. I'm going. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I really can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I hate this. See ya. Bye. Bye.
Alexis Penn says he literally goes on to say that seeing people go out to protest and organizing gives him hope for the future. But I guess that doesn't matter because he spoke hyperbolically after getting annoyed by terminally online slacktivists. Oh no. Destin OS replies to Bluesdink by saying, the police use shock collars to train their canines. Are you going after them next? And Bluesdink says what? Find a tweet where I say the use of a shock collar is unacceptable. His use, if he used it in that clip, would be unacceptable as it's for a place command, plus the dog yelped, which, sorry to pop your bubble, but even
treasure
the police canines
chest.
yelp to their stimulus or shock. And Destinavo says, Lamavao, right. Rules for thee, but
To
not for me.
Ruby.
I get it. You're a hypocrite. And Bluesdank says, you genuinely couldn't comprehend my response, so you just spout this useless shite? Log off, bro. This was the worst reply I've seen all week. Hutch quote tweets it by saying, man turned himself into the Joker with his own idiotic behavior, and then he blames his own chat for the crash. The last week of content belongs in a museum. The gods have been kind to us. Kuchisake says, Zoran denouncing him during a debate broke him, and I really think that's neat. And Mutant replies, wait, did this actually happen? And Kuchisake replies with this clip.
Genocide. And I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and
Sargon of Akkad quote tweets it by saying, I've been saying for years now that Hassan is miserable and hates his life and everyone around him, but I always had to extrapolate it from his moods and behavior, and how he treats people. It's easier to prove when he
I
just
can't put
comes out
anything
and says
inside,
it.
it's dumb.
Max Show quote tweets it by saying, Hassan realizing his supporters are the most annoying people. I've been saying it for years, lol. Lonerbox quote tweets the clip by saying, why is Bubba talking like he's 16 and Stacy hasn't texted back for half an hour? Tectone quote tweets it by saying, I made this happen. And Milo Yiannopoulos replies, sincerely, thank you. I have watched closely at how attentively, precisely, and honestly you have held him to account. It's why you have been so effective. That disavowal, which is what really hurt him, would not have happened without your coverage of his cruelty to the dog. And Tectone says, we all did our parts. Appreciate you putting the spotlight on me. Grums says, Hassan is cracking. We're winning. Keep pushing. Raise Your Fist says, dude went from
Winning
being
what?
featured in the New York Times to this in under a month. Talk about a karmic slip and slide. Permaband quote tweets it saying, I am so black-pilled. My life is a spiral of suffering that I have lost any semblance of optimism. Heroic socialist. Oh yeah. Living the lap of luxury in his $1 million home, driving a Porsche. With ultra-rich parents pampering him since birth that he never needs to worry about food, shelter, or luxuries. Add to that a streaming corporation that constantly gives him special treatment, paying him millions a year just to talk in front of a camera on any topic he likes, anytime he likes. What a torturous and agonizing toil of a life you have there, Hassan. Over on Livestream Fails, Sketchy Boy also posted the clip with the caption, Hassan is crashing out, saying he would have gone away if he wasn't so stubborn and that the most annoying people are his 40-month subscribers. And Cut That Out replies, 40-month subscribers, holy shit, that sub calling him out the other day for not just owning up to his shit really got to him. And Put Your Lights Out says, you could see the cogs turning in that small little skull of his. He clicked on the user to give his usual yell and band song and dance, ready to go into autopilots that they are a far-right fascist. Then his eyes float up and he sees this person has been giving him money and regularly watching him for over 3 years. That shook him hard. To get called out by a follower that wasn't using baby gloves, not using soft speak with an obvious ad in the message, just their full opinion.
Okay.
It was probably like full-blown World War II air raid sirens going off in Hassan's head. If someone isn't afraid of the banhammer and has been a follower for so long, how long until more and more people start to share that chatter's opinion in his chat? Lola the Dreamer says, so I also don't like Hassan, and you know how I handle that? By not watching or engaging with his content at all. Why do y'all keep watching him? It must be exhausting to hate someone but constantly be up to date in their every move in life. I would much rather let him fade into irrelevancy instead of giving him more views. And Spearsy says, that's the thing. The IQ around here isn't far above room temp. They don't see that this whole thing is just keeping his name out there. And all the personal attacks and unhinged behavior from LSF just makes it easier for him to deflect. They think because it worked on pirate software that it will work on Hassan, but that is obviously not true at this point. It's only supporting him. Ethan tweets out this clip with the caption, Hassan goes off on Ethan Klein. Says he's washed.
I wish you got this angry at Ethan Klein. Why the fuck would I get this angry at Ethan Klein? Ethan Klein is irrelevant. Of course I'm gonna get this angry at people who present themselves as leftists in my fucking community and use every waking moment being annoying. I expect better from long-term community members. Yeah, Ethan Klein is washed and irrelevant. Who gives a fuck about Ethan Klein? He has lit his own goddamn career on fire because he wanted to defend a genocide for 2 fucking years.
Defend the
and now he's
genocide.
actively trying to change that image to the best of his ability by being like, I actually didn't spend the last 2 years defending genocide. Everyone was lying about it. Who gives a fuck what that lunatic has to say?
And Dr. Meme replies, he's had a million opportunities for over a year to provide even a shred of evidence that Ethan supports genocide and has yet to do so. He has nothing to stand on, yet he's still given the benefit of the doubt and bailed by Big Daddy Twitch at every turn. Risking posts on the Livestream Fail subreddit this clip with the caption, Hassan Piker gets asked by long-term sub to apologize for his mistakes.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I'm a Hasanabi head, but why is this so hard for you to apologize? that you did your pet wrong, brother, and you're gonna do better in the future. It would help you and it would strengthen the trust and relationship with your reviewers if you apologize for your mistakes.
Bro, what's...
No, that is a,
oh, I
that
thought
is
I
a Hasanami.
thought it was
There's
muted.
like
I thought that was
legitimately
muted.
a long-term community subscriber who seemingly hasn't seen me take accountability for not immediately going over to Kaya to check in on her. That is true. But I did take accountability for that. Now, if you want me to take accountability for being a dog abuser, well, then that's not accountability. That's just me agreeing to the insane hallucinations of seemingly that person as well as the rest of the people online.
And W replies, and his chat is endlessly hurling insults at them. Fucking cult, bro. And NoMap says, yeah, but Border Patrol shot a dog in Texas. You're obsessed. What am I supposed to be seeing in those clips? Nothing happened. This is clearly a contrived cyber-stalking effort. Can't believe you're still talking about that. He debunked this on stream. This is a manufactured hate campaign by Ethan or Destiny or Asmongold or Israel or all of them. Secure Jeweler says, what accountability has he taken? All he's done is make up more stories and lies. Anything but accountability from this man. Even this clip itself shows him not taking accountability. And Banana Thug says, actually, who took all the accountability? He's the most accountable person ever, in fact. People are saying they've never seen accountability like this and maybe all of history. Philip replies, he's too much of a lying, hypocritical narcissist to ever admit that he was wrong. And Big Keanu Chungus 420 says, I've never seen him admit to being wrong about anything. And Beta Sim says, did you see how pissed he was when Russia invaded Ukraine? Not because of the civilian casualties, but because he said it would never happen. Shout out to our tier 3 members, internet representatives Kiko, Salsad, Coldest Bandito, and Captain Crash Out. I think he has so much for the support, and I'll see you on the next episode.
Definitely gonna need to go dandelion picking, that's for sure. Oof. I got 3, huh? Guess we're making 3. This dumbass.
Now an NBC4 exclusive, NBC4 Investigates has obtained new video of an attempted robbery in West Hollywood. Police say a man with a gun tried to steal a Rolex from a pedestrian, but he may have picked the wrong target. That man is a former professional fighter, and he fought back. NBC4's Alex Rozier just spoke exclusively with him. Joins us live with the story. Alex.
Yeah, that man was walking down Sweetser Avenue with his girlfriend in West Hollywood when someone jumped out of a car with a gun and targeted his Rolex. But the gunman didn't get away with anything. In fact, he was beat up, and the scuffle was caught on camera.
I'm not sure, but something's going on. Please come. Surveillance cameras captured the chaotic scene in West Hollywood as a neighbor frantically called 911 after witnesses say an armed man tried to steal someone's Rolex.
Someone's got a gun, someone pulled it on someone tried to tackle a nice lady. It's happening in front of my house.
The target turned out to be a retired professional fighter who was out for a walk with his girlfriend. That
Damn.
Didn't want to show his face, but he spoke exclusively with NBC4.
Small black sedan pulled up. Guy jumped out with a gun, came at me and attacked me. I was able to disarm and take the gun from him. I had him pinned down. He was trying to get up.
No way! We're not letting him go.
And the gun was loaded. The gun was loaded when they pulled the chair back. One popped out of the chamber, so it was ready to go.
His girlfriend quickly jumped in to help.
You saw his gun too.
I'm the one that when the gun was wrestled to the ground, I'm the one that went and grabbed it and picked it up and threw it over the apartment fence.
LA County Sheriff's deputies responded and took the gunman into custody, but the getaway driver took off. This incident on Sweetser Avenue in West Hollywood happened less than 2 weeks after a similar story a half-mile away. On October 10th, 3 men dressed in all black hopped out of a car on Hacienda Place, then stole a Rolex, wedding ring, and phone from Abram Cortez, who was visiting from San Francisco.
I turned around. I saw 3 guys, 2 of them with guns and 1 with a crowbar, backed up. I threw my keys down and I started giving them my things.
It is unknown if these 2 incidents are related. Still, the news has neighbors concerned.
For someone to be robbed at gunpoint at 1 p.m. in daylight on a Wednesday is freaky and very scary.
What is your message to the community?
Stay vigilant and keep your head on a swivel.
Stay safe. Be prepared. You know, California makes it tough to carry a gun, but you know, if everybody had a gun, this wouldn't happen.
And as I mentioned, deputies arrested 1 person. The getaway driver took off. We are working to get you a good description of the getaway car and the people in it. We don't have that just yet. If you have any information that may help investigators here, you're asked to contact the LA County Sheriff's Department. We're live in West Hollywood tonight. I'm Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
Wow.
everybody. So it's kind of funny. I think it was back in September, might have been August. I made a video about the toxic positivity around the Nintendo sphere, specifically the YouTube world. And during that video, I made a statement along the lines of a shift coming in the online narrative of what Nintendo is and what it represents. I don't think I realized just how quickly that narrative would shift, but I guess that September 12th Direct just really killed any hope for Nintendo fans at that point. And as it stands, specifically since the launch of Pokemon, as long as you're online a little bit, you'll have no doubt noticed just how big of a reaction there has been to Pokemon and the reviews.
True.
And really anybody that's been saying anything good about that game. And mind you, that's very normal. Pokemon in general, it launches and there's a backlash. But this time is a bit different though, because while the backlash before used to just kind of get swept under the rug, like by the time the launch happens and most people get their hands on it and the journalists start giving it good reviews and YouTubers start to make their videos, eventually it all just kind of quiets down because there are enough people out there that bought the game and they're just happy with their purchase and we move on. This time, however, that's not been the case. Quite the opposite actually. With the launch of the new Pokemon game, it's actually difficult to find people that actually bought the game and enjoyed it. They're very few and far in between.
True.
And this kind of led all of the Nintendo YouTubers to have their backs against the wall, just not knowing what to do anymore, because evidently nobody's watching their videos and nobody likes them anymore. Right, since the Switch 2's launch, Nintendo YouTubers have been complaining that they do not have people watching their videos. And they've tried to point their finger wherever they can. Right, like Nintendo Land thinks that if a 3D Mario game was released, everybody would be happy again and we'd all just hold hands in a circle and buy Nintendo games. And then some other folks seem to think that the reason why their videos are not performing well is, well, because of me. What they refer to as my negative grifting. Now, first off, let me say this. You guys might have noticed that I generally tend to not acknowledge anybody that speaks ill of me. If anything, if I mention their names in my channels, it's usually because I like them. But the ones that I have no interest in, I don't mention and I don't acknowledge because I don't want there to be confusion about what my goal is here. From the beginning, my focus has been against Nintendo, specifically in the hopes that they clean up their act and they start treating their customers better. I'm not really interested in YouTube beef. There are times where I need to bring up certain things that are said around the YouTube space, but usually it's because there's just a spread of misinformation that I need to acknowledge or correct. And honestly, in essence, this video is no different for the ultimate goal. Now, I realize that I can't tell you guys what to do, but I do highly recommend not engaging with channels that are speaking out against the negativity for the Switch 2. I know a lot of you guys want to go in there and you want to bash them because they're praising Pokemon or they're praising something else about Nintendo. Or, you know, they're saying that people are just being negative for clicks and everybody's a grifter. They're going after me. They're going after other YouTubers. And like, I completely understand the sentiment and I especially appreciate it when people go out there and try to back me up. But the problem is they're all making it very clear as to why they're making those videos. They're whining because they're not getting any views. There are some YouTubers out there that have tried for months now to stir up some kind of beef with me in hopes that they could be the person that I call out and we got a little back and forth thing going and it's just like a Nintendo Civil War. And they want a white knight for Nintendo and maybe profit off of it. But the thing is, if I started to engage with them and this became like an online beef thing, we never would have known how much that Nintendo YouTubers are actually struggling. We know that they're not getting any views because nobody cares about Nintendo, especially like with the Switch 2 stuff and the positivity around it and whatever. So they're struggling because there is a very small audience to relate to. If they start to try to farm views and farm clicks and generate income by attacking people that are negative or whatever they want to say, that's going to be their niche and they're just going to keep doing that for money and they're going to be satisfied. They are straight up rage baiting all of you to go on there and click on their channel so they can make $1. What I think would be preferable is to absolutely ignore them. Don't click on their videos, hide them, block them, move them from your timeline. They're going to realize there is nobody left in order for them to continue their craft. And at that point, they're going to have to pivot because they're not going to keep making videos if they're not getting the views and they're not paying the bills. So either it allows us to clean up the YouTube space so there's no more just blind glazing of Nintendo to artificially prop up this company that is treating their customers like crap, and at that point, all that will remain for them is to start calling out Nintendo. Right, if they can't make any money by going after what they deem to be as grifters, then they're going to have to find another way to make money. And these are the types of people that are just going to become grifters. Either they stay loyal and they give their tiny little fandom of Switch 2 buyers what they want, or they decide to join the cause and go against Nintendo. The same way a lot of them did through the latter half of the Switch 1's life leading up to the Switch 2. So we know they have it in them. So yeah, I highly recommend we don't engage, because I think the last thing we need right now are these people to make money off of hating on people that hate on Nintendo. Because the only way they're going to make money is if we go and watch their videos and click on them. There isn't enough people interested in that content because most of the Nintendo sphere agrees with everything that we're doing and what we're saying. But anyway, you see what's going on is all over the internet, there are just fewer and fewer Nintendo fans than we've ever seen before. Forums that used to have more active users have thinned out. Commenters are frequently coming in and saying that they're just sick of the negativity and they're sick of all the downvotes they get as soon as they speak. And at least once a week, if not every day, there's a new thread about somebody saying that they miss the old days where they could just go online and be happy about something that launched and celebrate it with their fellow Nintendo fans online. Right, like this week I saw a reel on Instagram. He was basically like, oh, the Switch 2 negativity has gotten crazy and these grifters, they changed their narrative, right? Like they keep shifting like what I did. Oh, this guy used to make retrospectives and he was nobody, and then he hated the Switch 2 and he blew up. As if it's like, aha, got him. Right? They make these videos, they make these posts, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's in a forum, wherever it might be. And then every single time, whether they're going after me or they're going after somebody else that's critical of Nintendo, or they're just going after the negativity around Nintendo in general, you click on the comments and everybody on there hates what they're saying. They immediately jump and attack Nintendo. They're like, listen, if Nintendo wanted their fans to be happy about the Switch 2, they would have not tried to rip us off with the launch of the Switch 2. All over the internet, all over the world, the Nintendo fans are upset. And it's clear as day because the narrative online has completely shifted. Why is it that when a Nintendo glazer decides to make a video talking about how great the Switch 2 is, all of the happy-go-lucky Switch 2 buyers don't immediately show up, get the clicks, get the views, and do all the fun stuff that they always do, and celebrate how great they're enjoying their new console? It's the launch of a new console, need I remind you. This is usually when there's the most hype and the most happiness. And it's obvious. It's because those numbers don't exist. The Nintendo fans, and this includes buyers of the Switch 2 that are still upset with Nintendo and they are hoping there's some kind of failure even though they bought something. And also it includes the millions of people that bought a Switch as their secondary console because it used to be affordable. And even more so, it includes all of the Nintendo fans that stood their ground and decided that they were not going to give another penny to Nintendo. All of these people are not watching those channels anymore. They're not on those forums anymore. They're not active in any of those circles anymore. They're now on my videos or on other videos of people that are complaining about Nintendo because they resonate with us. These are the people that used to praise Nintendo, that used to be massive Nintendo fans. And over the past year, for one reason or another, some reasons more obvious than others, they felt the need to turn away. And what's left all over the internet are these fans that just would not budge anymore, and they're wondering, how is it that negativity has completely taken over when the Switch 2 has launched and broken every record that they've ever imagined it could? Right, like logically speaking, there should be enough fans online where the pro Nintendo channels are still getting their views and their clicks. Wouldn't that make logical sense? Like what, somehow all of these people that bought the Switch 2 were very happy about their purchase, they're massive Nintendo fans, they somehow can no longer find their favorite channels that they're subscribed to? Like what, the algorithm is pushing all of these negative videos, so now your happy viewers are just like, what? I guess we're gonna watch this guy who hates Pokemon when I love it. I'm just gonna watch this guy who's complaining about the $70 price tag of Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Even though I went and bought it. That's not
Be
how
dead
it
and
works.
stay that
when
way.
When you gain a subscriber and you gain followers, they will watch you as long as the content that you're making feeds them what they're looking for. And if every single YouTuber out there, every single pro Nintendo channel, website, forum, anything, if all of them can feel the negativity around the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2, it's probably because there actually aren't that many people that are positive about the Nintendo Switch 2. Look, I don't know if you guys noticed, but around a month or two ago, I kind of completely shifted the way that I acknowledged people in my channel. In the beginning, I used to speak as if I was arguing with my listeners, because in my mind, I was trying to convince what I would call the Nintendo apologists to join our side, to stand up against Nintendo, in hopes for better customer practices from the corporation that we all love. And it's because I thought in the beginning that my viewers didn't agree with me, right? Like early on, I was nervous. I did not want to just jump ship from doing retrospectives to making videos about the Switch 2. I had long conversations with my wife, I had long conversations with my friends. And honestly, they were the ones who convinced me to just follow what I felt and go out there and keep making those videos. Because their logic was that there's nobody who's a bigger Nintendo fan that they know than me. And if I felt that way, they were certain that millions of people out there would feel the same way. I would legit apologize at the start of my videos in the very beginning of this playlist, and I'd be like, I'm sorry I gotta do this. And then I would see many of my regular commenters tell me that you do not need to apologize, we're with you on this. Now, back when this happened, I had roughly 7,000 subscribers. I think it was in the high 6,000s. And these were people that I would reply to every single comment they made, and I would heart everything, even if I could not reply. It was like my own little tight-knit community. And now you'd think I'd have lost them, right? Because I was a Nintendo channel, and now I'm somebody who's been going against the Switch too. But most of them are still commenting on my videos, and there's some of the earliest comments on every single video I upload. They are very much with me on this. And you know who you are. Now, granted, a lot of them changed their profile pictures to Clippy, so now I'm having a hard time remembering who's who anymore, but that's besides the point. I remember when my subscriber count had doubled or tripled, I decided to go into the analytics and screw around with it to try to figure out how many of these people are new and how many of them left. From that 7,000-ish that I used to have, only 1,000 dropped out. Now, that is a lot. And a lot of them were my regulars. They show up on my channels now. They call me a grifter. They say they miss the old days of Nintendine. I find some of my favorite ones on Reddit talking smack about me all the time. And look, it does make me sad that these people feel that way. But something that I had noticed very early on is that when I started speaking out against Nintendo, I was gaining so much momentum from people that just did not know where to go anymore. It was strange. There was like no safe space if you were a Nintendo fan but were unhappy with what Nintendo was doing. And as we got closer and closer to the launch of the Switch 2, I kept wanting to pull away from it. I didn't think I'd be doing this long, but there was just more and more reasons that I had to keep coming back to the table. I unintentionally started something much bigger than I could have possibly imagined, and I couldn't just walk away. But I was very self-conscious about this for a very long time. I was worried that everybody was only viewing my channel because I was rage baiting and it was just haters coming to my channel to hate on me, and I don't want to make money off of people coming in specifically to argue with me. I'd go on every single comment of somebody that disagreed with me, and I would give them verbatim exactly what they had to do in order to make sure my video does not pop up on their channel anymore. And I would frequently tell people, listen, I'm sorry this is not the content you want. Maybe you should unsubscribe and unfollow me and block me if you have to. Because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for people that resonate with me on this. Right? Like, I made a poll on my channel a while back. There's a reason I made that poll. I wanted to see why people were watching my channel. And an overwhelming majority of the people that were watching my channel agreed with me, were Nintendo fans, and were watching because they felt like they believed in the cause. Or at the very least, they needed a channel to listen to resonate with. I made a few videos about buying a gaming PC. Don't get me wrong, they did decently, and there were a lot of people in my views that actually were PC fans, but there weren't enough people in there where it felt like everybody that was watching my channel was just not a Nintendo fan. If anything, I don't think I have the PC community watching my channel. There's overlap, but I know nothing about gaming PCs. I know nothing about the PC that I bought. I am not a gaming PC channel. I mean, shoot, the other day I made a video saying that I liked the way that the Wolverine trailer looked. And that's genuine. I'm legit. I saw that thing and I'm like, yo, because the thing is, I'm a big Wolverine fan. I'm like, I would love to play this game. I don't know if I'd necessarily buy a PS5 for it, but I'd definitely go borrow my nephews and buy the game, right? And go look how that video performed. Zero interest from my viewers. I read the comments on there. Now, I don't necessarily make videos strictly to appeal to my viewers. That's why sometimes I see something and I know you guys are going to disagree with it, and I make the video anyway because I'm like, this is something I want to say. And for the most part, it seems like people are okay with that. But what's cool is that through these polls, these questions that I ask on my channel, through some of the videos that I've uploaded, I've learned the types of people that are watching my channels and what they resonate with and what they don't resonate with. I think I even made a poll the other day asking about the Xbox Ally X and if people were even interested in handheld gaming PCs. If I'm not mistaken, almost half of the people that are viewing my channel have zero interest in handheld gaming PCs. While yes, maybe 40% of them might have a Steam Deck or some other kind of handheld gaming PC, I'm not a PC Master Race channel. And I don't think I'm a Sony channel either. I don't post enough stuff. I don't know enough stuff about Sony. I don't think my viewers are Sony fans. Otherwise, that Wolverine video probably would have done better. Every comment, every conversation I've had is a clear indication that the people that are watching my channel are Nintendo fans. There's only one video I have made where I had a net loss of subscribers. And that's the one where I said that Mario Galaxy was the worst of the 3D Mario games.
Damn, what
and
the
I think
fuck?
Anybody that had seen my 5-hour-long retrospective about Mario Galaxy kind of expected that I would feel that way. All right, to put things into perspective real quick, I don't get ratioed on my videos. Like, overwhelmingly, the videos that I make are full of likes and comments of people agreeing with me more than the opposite. Keep in mind, I've made videos where I said Nintendo was straight up gaslighting people. I've even made little jabs at Sakurai, which usually that's not allowed in the Nintendo world. But the only time I got an overwhelmingly negative reaction from you guys, right? Because you guys are my viewers and you're my commenters. The only time my regulars started to unsubscribe, started to call me a grifter, was when I made a video saying I don't like Mario Galaxy. Granted, I was very aggressive in the thumbnail, but I felt like it was funny. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed reading everybody's comments against my opinions on it. I'm like, this is very healthy. We disagree on a game, and I went through the video in like very ridiculous detail about why Mario Galaxy was not my favorite game. But this video got ratioed, and it made me lose subscribers. My own viewers called me a grifter. I am stressing this because I think there is no larger proof that the people that watch my channel are Nintendo fans that specifically love the Nintendo games, but they're upset with the corporate practices than what you see in the comment section of that video. It's the largest proof. You can bash Nintendo, but you can't say Mario Galaxy is the worst 3D Mario title. I clearly crossed a line. And I was so happy with the reaction to that video. Now, just to reiterate, that video was purely genuine from the heart. Everything I said in that video was serious. This is not like some kind of weird thing where I was trying to manipulate you guys. I made the video because I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to say it. Galaxy 1 and 2 just came out. There's never going to be another chance I'm going to get where I can just completely talk about this. Let's just air it all out. Get it out in the open. I want to be known as the guy that thinks Mario Galaxy is the worst 3D Mario title. Why not? If it's something I really believe, I got no problem with it.
Bruh.
But anyway, I bring this up because it's starting to get very confusing for a lot of people. We've kind of delved into this already, but the assumption here is that the online discourse is a vocal minority. But it makes no sense because YouTube is not a minority. The internet is not a minority. And this is happening all across the board. And I think it's a clear sign of just how big the Nintendo fandom actually is. You could lose a majority of would-be buyers of the Switch 2 and still break records. Remember, this is the fandom that after the Wii U went out and bought Legend of Zelda to the point where it had a higher attachment rate than the actual Switches sold in the United States. Because the console was hard to grab, but people wanted to make sure they had Legend of Zelda at least, so that when they got the console, they can play the game. This is the same fandom that has broken every sales record imaginable through every single software that's come out on the Nintendo Switch 1. We are huge. So there is actually a lot of room
Still alive,
for the majority
baby.
of people that were big Nintendo fans during the end of the Switch's life to completely turn away from the Switch 2. And the Switch 2 still looks massive. You know, I did an exercise a couple weeks ago where I tried to estimate what the satiated demand for every single console was based off of when it was finally available on shelves and how many units were sold. The reason I made that video is because there was always like this quote that people would say. They said it before the Switch 2 launched, and they especially said it back in the day when the Series X and the PS5 launched. When the Switch 2 reached 1.1 million sales in its opening weekend in the United States. The talk of the town was always that if Nintendo had 10 million to ship, it probably would have sold all of those 10 millions. Even if you downgraded it, let's say they were just like, well, you know, if Nintendo had 5 million to sell, they would have sold 5 million. You know, this is early on before everybody started moving the goalposts when they were all saying that the Switch 2 would have 6 to 8 million available at launch. And I think it's clearly been proven that the Switch 2 at best would have sold 2.4 million in the United States if that's what it had at launch. Otherwise, there would have been leftovers. Now, it might have sold that 5 million or that 10 million or whatever other number people want to use that's usually going to be a little bit exaggerated. I think if they were going into the launch and Nintendo didn't just anger 3/4 of the fandom because of their dumb practices, they would have sold every unit they had and it would still be sold out in stores right now. And we could be making the same theoretical discussions that all of the Sony fans had back in 2020 when everybody talked about how if the PS5s were available, they would have sold 10 million, 20 million, whatever million you want to say at launch. And again, it would have been an exaggeration, but it definitely would have been more than 2.4 million. At least double that. And it's so obvious those numbers are not there because the Nintendo fandom is not rallying behind this console. Now at first I thought maybe it was like the Sony fans or the PC guys, maybe the ones that used to have a Switch 1 as their secondary console went out and bought a Switch 2. But they all seem to be like laughing at this thing and be like, why would I buy this? It's $500 overpriced, makes no sense, and Nintendo hasn't released any exclusives that I want yet. Plus, third-party sales have been struggling since this thing came out, and I think if those guys had jumped into this thing, maybe they would have bought these games to get them on the go, assuming they didn't have a Steam Deck already. And then you have Donkey Kong, which Nintendo put out there, and it has zero competition, right? They're just like, this is our flagship. This is going to be this console's Breath of the Wild. They put no other first-party titles out there for like 3 months after it launched. There has been nothing to play on this thing except for Donkey Kong Bonanza, basically. And at best, in some of the regions around the world, it's got like a 50% attachment rate, which is good, but it's laughable compared to what Breath of the Wild and what Mario Odyssey were able to do. And specifically Mario Odyssey, like that game had other games to compete with. Bonanza doesn't, and we already know that people brought Breath of the Wild even before they got a Switch, so it's definitely not catching up to that one. But this is Donkey Kong. It should be doing better than that. And it's obvious. I think it's very clear why there are still Switch 2 units on the shelves, and Bonanza is not like at a 80 or 90% attachment rate. It's because the people that would have taken it to that attachment rate, the ones that would have made it as big as Odyssey and as big as Breath of the Wild, a large chunk of those people did not buy the Switch 2. So now people are forced to turn back the clock and be like, well, you know, nobody expected it to be as big as Mario or Zelda. It would have been. But the Nintendo fans didn't buy this thing. Look at Mario Kart. The lobbies are dead. There are popular Nintendo streamers that are complaining about how dead it is to play online. And it's because the people that bought Mario Kart, most of them didn't even want Mario Kart. They just wanted to buy a Switch 2, and they could not get anything except for one that was bundled with Mario Kart. They played it for 2 weeks and they were done. You know who would have kept it alive? Me and my viewers and everybody else that's boycotting the Switch 2. We kept Mario Kart 8 Deluxe alive for this long. We can keep Mario Kart World alive enough to fill up a race, intermission or otherwise. I can't speak for everybody else, but I was a professional Nintendo glazer for a very long time. I would have found ways to defend the intermissions. My lobbies would have been full. So, who's buying this thing? Who's buying the Switch 2? That's what everybody wants to know, right? They're like, I don't understand. This thing's breaking records, but that grifter Nintendine, he's the reason I'm not getting any views. They genuinely believe that. 6 million people worldwide, or whatever it's at now, 7 or 8 million. But they think that they're not getting any views because a small dude with 30,000 subs every now and then has a video go viral. Like, I'm the reason you're not getting any views anymore. Like, I've convinced every single Nintendo fan to not watch your videos. No, it's because there's nobody there to resonate with you. And I think I figured out who's buying the Switch 2. I think I got it. The entirety of the online Nintendo world probably makes up a decent chunk of early adopters for the console. Right, we're the most passionate. It's usually those are the people that early adopt. I don't know how big that number is, but seemingly 75 to 80% of that entire sphere did not buy the Switch 2. Or they bought the Switch 2, but they're still like very much anti-Nintendo and they're hoping that it leads to something. But you know, they couldn't help themselves because their games would be in 4K or something. Outside of those numbers, I actually think everybody else is just a Pokemon fan. And I don't even mean the Nintendo fans that also buy Pokemon games. I mean like just the Pokemon fans that do nothing but buy Pokemon. They probably knew Legend ZA was coming. Some of them were like, whatever, I'll play it on the Switch 1. And the rest of them were like, well, the Switch 2's there. ZA is going to come out on there. It's going to run a little bit better on there. I might as well get a Switch 2. And it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. They're not playing Mario Kart because they got bored of it because it's not Pokemon. They're not buying Bonanza because they're like, this is not Pokemon. They're definitely not playing Madden and Star Wars Outlaws. There are massive indications right now that shows that the Pokemon game is going to launch as the best title for the Switch 2, not including Mario Kart World, which I need to remind you, through the first like 6 million consoles, was like 85% of the consoles that were available had to be purchased with Mario Kart. So even amongst those 6 million people, a lot of them were just Pokemon fans who bought it ahead of time. They wanted to make sure they had one for now, for Legend ZA. And I've been tracking this thing on all of the outlets since the console launched. This is the highest bump I've seen both for the Switch 2 units as well as for the games, specifically for Pokemon, since the console launched. I didn't see it with Donkey Kong. I didn't see it with Mario Galaxy, especially not Mario Galaxy actually. But for Pokemon, it's absolutely there. Now, don't get it twisted. At least early signs show that this might not be as record-breaking as we think. If anything, it might just give October a little bit of a bump for the Switch 2 units that are actually moved. But it's big enough to kind of take over as the game with the best attachment rate, or at least it's going to get very close to Mario Kart, which again, Mario Kart needs an asterisk.
I gotta pee.
Obviously, Legend ZA also comes in a bundle, but it's not the only option out there. So there are a lot more people just buying the game by itself versus buying the bundle. Like, it's very obvious that people that are buying Legend ZA are buying the Switch 2 because they want Legend ZA. People that are buying Mario Kart, while yes, a lot of them probably did want Mario Kart, it would not have an 85% attachment rate if it wasn't bundled. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is I think it's pretty clear that like 60 to 70% of Switch 2 buyers might just be Pokemon fans. And that's why software has not been impressive at all. The sales have struggled, and Pokemon, at least from the angle of the Switch 2 owners, seems to be the exception. And that would actually explain a lot, because Pokemon fans are often considered the most casual of the Nintendo fandom. They don't necessarily go online. They're just like, next Pokemon game, go buy it. It's like the Call of Duty or the Madden buyers. They might have a few Pokemon themed stuff that they follow online, whether it's a YouTube channel or an Instagram thing, but for the most part, they're not like in this as much as the regular Nintendo fans are. I say regular, but I don't think anybody's actually regular here. Most of us are weird. Now, it's actually kind of funny because we don't have full numbers yet, but there are early signs that show that this might actually be a pretty big drop-off from the previous Pokemon games. The only data that's come in so far for us from the United Kingdom, that might mean nothing, but Galaxy had the same early data showing from United Kingdom, and that reflected throughout Europe, so this could also reflect throughout at least Europe. It's too soon to tell. I'll make another video about how well Pokemon is performing and whether or not it's a big drop-off from Legends and Scarlet and Violet as we get more data. But I think we all know that Pokemon is big enough where it could be a massive failure compared to the previous titles, but still be a huge success, right? Too big to fall, maybe too big to trip, but we'll hold off until there's more data about this. But yeah, the point is that this is kind of the only thing that makes logical sense to me. The hardcore fans that would have bought the Switch 2, that would have been watching all of these people's YouTube channels, that would have been, you know, glazing everything in all the forums and all of the websites, like, I don't know, 25% of them actually bought the Switch 2, and the rest of us didn't. We all would have, but we didn't. And we're just like very much hoping that Nintendo gets a pushback so they can treat their customers better. And clearly, there's overwhelmingly more of us that didn't buy the Switch 2, even though we're very passionate Nintendo fans, than there are people that decided to buy the Switch 2. And I guess all that remains from the Switch 2 buyers are Pokemon fans. Casual Pokemon fans at that. Yippee. I don't know if that bodes well for Nintendo YouTube, to be honest, because even if they make pro Pokemon videos, it's not like those fans will watch it. They're not the ones that watch these things. So, yeah, unless like something dramatically changes, for now at least, I think the Switch 2 is just a Pokemon machine. That might actually explain a lot. Congrats, Nintendo fans, you guys won. The absolutely embarrassing and hilariously weak Pokemon Legends ZA is the flagship title of the Nintendo Switch 2. That is this console's Breath of the Wild. Congratulations.
Guys, know how it goes. Another day, another video. Last night I tweeted I sleep. What recent news, topic, tweets, videos you want me to talk about tomorrow? Hey guys, today is October something again. I've stopped paying attention to the dates and the times and the days, okay? They're all blending in at this point. As per usual, we have a lot of news to talk about. Okay, we got some updates with the stuff that happened with TwitchCon involving like Taylor Lorenz. Everyone's like jumping down on her throat. We got a very strange update when it comes to Hassan Ludwig has come into the picture, apparently you guys told me, and came to the same conclusion that I did. More on that one later. We got a few political updates, okay, keep you guys updated on like the Trump administration and what's happening during this furlough, during the shutdown, and some other random things as well, like One Punch Man. I heard there's like one like really terrible episode people are talking about season 3, which sucks because I actually cosplayed as One Punch Man, so I need this not to be a bad show. So we'll talk about all those things and more. All right, so you guys know the drill. Sit back, relax, put your feet up, and yeah, allow me to lay it on you. So you guys remember the nightmare that is TwitchCon, okay? The con where all the streamers go and they stream because they are all on Twitch. A lot of people saying that they absolutely was not having a very good time with it. And then we talked about how Emiru, one of the top female streamers there, was basically assaulted. And a lot of people blamed it on the fact that TwitchCon had some very, very poor security. Well, if you guys remember in last episode, we actually talked about Dan Clancy's response. He was interviewed by an interviewer by the name of Taylor Lorenz, okay? I keep hearing her name pop up for like the past 2 weeks. She's not been a journalist that I've been following for any kind of time, but heard her name in the background before, but she popped up mainly on my feed where we talked about Hassan when she was basically giving that piece on him, which I felt like was a bit of a fluff piece, okay? It was inaccurate, and she was also, in my opinion, this is just what it is, I recognize as my opinion from observing it, you know, calling people like, you know, crazy or talking about mental health or saying that it's insane or conspiracy theories. And I was just basically saying I'm not a huge fan of how she reports the news. I don't really know her as a person or anything like that. But she's back. She interviewed Dan Clancy, and in Dan Clancy's small 2-minute interview, one of my biggest gripes with her was that it felt like she was basically softening the blow for Twitch when it came to Emmy. We were talking about Emiru and how she was assaulted, and I felt like we needed to, you know, dig deeper into Dan Clancy. He was giving us these non-answers, and it felt like she was being very soft on him, if not trying to, you know, make the thing look better by saying like, yeah, I'm a journalist, I was there, and I felt like security was super big, you know, so it... I didn't like that one. A lot of you guys, when we were reviewing that, you guys also agree with me, you didn't like it. So we have a follow-up. Senna, who is a content creator as well, we talked about her as well, and she had something to say about Lorenz's 2-minute, 3-minute piece. I believe the full thing comes out today. So I will probably be streaming this evening if you guys want to watch the full Dan Clancy interview. Twitch.tv/InfernalOmni sometime this evening if you want to watch me live, because that's where it gets wild. But for now, since you're here, let's go ahead and watch what's happening with Senna.
To be honest with you, there were places it was really good, there were places it was lax. It's not as black and white as security is non-existent, and it's not as black and white as security is over the top, because both things were not true. I did see one journalist say, security was so strict, journalists couldn't even do their job. Girl, you know damn well, all right? Like, let's keep it a buck. You know damn well they weren't that strict.
So it's crazy too, like, sorry to pause. It's interesting because, like, the part that bothered me wasn't the fact that Taylor Lorenz had an experience where things were strict for her. That wasn't my problem. My problem was the fact that Emily literally got assaulted only a few hours in the first day of TwitchCon, high profile. And then she talked about how there was no security guards whatsoever in a place like a meet and greet where you would imagine there would be more because you had fans meeting the content creators. And then she also talked about how there were people or Twitch staff who were basically laughing in the background about the situation. Okay, so whether you had strict or not strict, okay, one of the main points here had to deal with the fact that you guys didn't have anything here. You failed at every single avenue when it came for Emiru, and then tried to push it back on Emmy and say, hey, you should probably mod your chat and your community better. And I'm getting a little mad already. Just thinking about it, I'm getting a little frustrated. A lot of you guys said, man, I like Angry Omni, okay? I'm in a good mood, man. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Let's not. No, let's not do that.
Okay, they did try to do better this year. You know damn well. Don't even try. I saw that. I said, yes. And what the hell were you reporting on the TwitchCon floor? You know what I mean? What were we doing? I said, there's no way. That's the same girl who got sued for doxing people on Twitter.
What?
Is that true? I don't want to be spreading false information. Is that true?
Okay, I don't know if that's true or not, and I don't want to be spreading false information. Okay, so I'll look into that for you guys to fact check. But yeah, I don't want to spread false information by spreading false misinformation. So take that one as a we don't know.
Did she really? Uh-oh, pre-address on Twitter, GG. Taylor Lorenz is a complete moron. You can safely ignore her. Well, I don't really know her, to be honest with you. I just saw that tweet and I laughed and I said, oh my God, you poor journalist. You had to get your wristband scanned and couldn't get into a private area, so you probably couldn't do your journalism. Like that, I just don't think that journalists were that restricted. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, what are we talking about? Are we being so dead ass? It's like sometimes it just brings out the brain rot of people on Twitter. I said, what are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know. I don't know anything about her though. I have no idea if the other thing is true. So.
Okay, so she's probably reading some comments from chat. I'd have to look into that for you guys. Actually, I'll go ahead and look into it right now because that's pretty accusation. And looks like it may be true. There's an article back in April 19, 2022, and several other news websites talked about this well, saying Taylor Lorenz slammed as a hypocrite for doxing libs of TikTok creator. Lorenz, the former New York Times journalist who earlier this month broke down in tears on MSNBC while recounting harassment she had experienced online, published an article on Tuesday revealing the identity of the social media user. Doxing is a term used to describe the act of posting the personal information of those who wish to remain anonymous. Critics accused Lorenz of hypocrisy after it was claimed that she showed up at the home of the woman's relatives to ask questions. What? Whoa. So somebody who wanted to be remained anonymous and you showed up at their family's house, bruh? Reads here, the Libs of TikTok account, which posts TikTok videos from liberals, has generated more than 662,000 followers. Which of my relatives did you enjoy harassing the most at their homes yesterday? Read the caption, attached the photo of a woman who bears Loren's likeness. Glenn Greenwald, the Pulitzer-winning journalist, slammed Lorenz, tweeting, the same people who just 2 weeks ago were insisting that criticizing Taylor Lorenz is wrong because it generates harassment toward her are now cheering as she shows up at the homes of the relatives of Twitter users to dox them. You had Ben Shapiro in here saying that Taylor Lorenz is a terrible journalist and a worse human being. And yeah, everywhere I see, man, oh my God, the internet does not like this person, bro. Everywhere I go, people are saying, imagine a world where journalists weren't a POS. Taylor Lorenz epitomizes the phrase, to be quite honest. The crocodile tears gets every single ounce of asshole ripping that she deserves. Ethan Klein is in the mix as well, talking about her as well, saying anti-capitalist Taylor Lorenz cannot stop debasing herself to defend the dangerously negligent mega corporation Twitch/Amazon. Watch as this obedient lapdog LARPs as a revolutionary while serving the very power she claims to be against, a true masterclass in hackery. A lot of, oh my, does she have any allies, bro? Bro, at least with like a Collargate, bro, there was like Hassan and he had the goons and he had his little squad of circular goons and Taylor, like there was like factions, bro, like, oh my God, everyone is dunking on her. Anyway, Taylor Lorenz, quote, replied to Senna and said this, okay? Very disappointing to see Senna repeat an outright lie. I was never sued for doxing anyone on Twitter. She's repeating nonsense from libs of TikTok fans. I guess she's saying that she never sued, but she did dox? I don't know. I mean, I just read the articles that we just saw. I have nothing against Taylor Lorenz, just looking up information, and a lot of people are confirming that she did dox this account. And completely misrepresent what I said. Security was tight compared to other conventions. However,
give it a minute.
All the strict security in the world and all the police standing around or face scanning or whatever is useless when women creators are bombarded with misogynistic hate and abuse by registered attendees and sometimes from other big creators themselves. Okay. All right. Taylor, I hope you're watching this video. Homie, this is that whataboutism. This is that triangulation. I see it. I don't know if you see it, but I see it, okay? We were talking about security at TwitchCon, and people are saying that there was not enough security there. And now you're talking about misogyny, okay? Which is also a thing that is very rampant in the Twitch community and the world, okay? But to blame the lack of actual physical people on your site to take care of your creators and then adjust it to talking about misogyny, I feel like is literally the definition of whataboutism triangulation. Okay, I don't understand why Taylor Lorenz can't see that. I'm looking at this paragraph and I'm looking at this objectively. It is true that you cannot control misogyny. All right, it is true that there is a thing with Neon and there's a space where incels and people exist and they dunk on women nonstop. I know that. We all freaking know that, okay? That still has nothing to do with not hiring enough proper people on site to be in certain places in order to dissuade people like the guy who came and attacked Emmy, okay? And this is the come on, keep it together, Steve. Keep it together. Okay, let's just read. We're just reading. It is a reality that security was so tight that journalists, many of whom cover conventions all the time, had a hard time getting around. I even found it difficult one day because my wristband wouldn't allow me on the floor. That is simply a fact. So again, sorry, Taylor, again, I'm glad that you're giving that your account, right? But we're not talking about your account. It's one of those situations where she does this too as well, where she talks about her account. With Hassan, for example, as a part of her journalism, she said, I've seen the dog. She seems like very happy, and I don't think anything would ever happen to her, right? She would be inserting her point of view in terms as a journalist, right? As opposed to just reporting the news objectively. She puts herself into it, and then she uses, her experience as a topic, right? Which is fine, okay? But the point here is that your good experience with security does not nullify her bad experience with security. And the point is that there was not enough security, okay? So just because security was tight for you as a journalist was not tight enough overall, okay? That we can't use your own experience to offset other people's terrible experience. And I'll also show you guys later as well. There are clips on clips on clips about people talking about just walking through the line, not scanning their badges. There's one clip with Neon where he just walks up to the front and says that he's somebody that he's not, and then he gets put into somebody's booth. Literally just, hey, I'm the guy that's supposed to be here, let's go, and literally just walks right through. No ID verification, nothing. Overall security not tight, and definitely not tight enough to prevent multiple things from happening that people are reporting. I feel like this is not taking into consideration the full thing. She's only taken into what she experienced, and then she's blowing that up. I'm making a longer video on this with another journalist who covers gender-based violence. It's okay if Cinda is not familiar with me or my work, but repeating garbage libs that talk conspiracies about me on stream also leads to harassment and threats. The reason I toured Twitch's security center and was interested in covering this angle even before what happened to Emerald is because I've read extensively about harassment of women creators and media figures. It's a core part of my beat, and it has been over a decade. Okay, I deal with doxing, swatting, stalkers, and had someone paying people on Craigslist to follow, videotape me outside my house. 2 men traveled to TC specifically to stalk and harass me. I get a steady stream of misogynistic hate from stupid influencer fans while trying to do my job. For all these reasons, okay, I care about what actually makes all creators, but especially women, safe. She's calling these people, okay, I find it interesting, and I think a lot of this I have no problems with what she's saying, but here I just find it a little bit interesting because I think this is also the same Taylor Renz that we're talking about that appeared at another person's family's relative's home, right? Which is a little creepy in my opinion as a journalist. That's my opinion. Continuing, for all these reasons, I care about what actually makes all creators, but especially women, safe. Twitch's tight security protocol shows that tons of cops standing around, wristbands, etc. aren't going to fix the core issue, a culture of misogynistic hate directed at women. See, no, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. This is deflecting blame. This is taking the accountability off of Twitch. You are loosening the noose of Twitch, and you are trying to shift
What the
narrative
fuck? You saw that?
and saying that this has to do with a culture of misogynistic hate. And I don't like that. This does not sit well with me because you are diluting the actual core issue, which was there was not enough protection. Period. Anyway, she says, I'll get into all this piece, but the man who assaulted Emerald should have never been allowed to leave. Yes, then that would have not happened as well if there was enough security. Creators should have been behind tables with security on both sides, among other things, but to implement proper security, they need to acknowledge the core No. We don't, no one has to address the core problem of misogyny. What do you mean? Everybody knows it exists. There's not somebody out here who's like, misogyny is just not real. There's no such thing as a man that hates women. There's no such, we know. That's like saying that racism doesn't real. You don't have to acknowledge that misogyny is real and a core problem for you then to take measures into hand. This is, again, my whole point. Oh my God, I'm getting livid. People said they didn't feel safe. They gave the CEO a heads up. They said they're not sure if they're going to come here and they don't feel good. And Dan Clancy said it was his highest priority. So people said ahead of time why they didn't feel safe, and it still was not safe. I don't like this. I don't like this. Note the accounts that are pushing this clip, by the way, these accounts are weaponizing an attack on a woman streamer to further an ongoing misogynistic hate and harassment campaign against me for my reporting on gender-based violence. Nah, I don't know, Taylor. I don't agree. Got nothing against you, homie. I don't agree with your take on this. Taylor Renz also had said this as well. She's been very vocal about this TwitchCon incident, where this person here said, this is, you guys know, I've pretty much, again, as of our last video, I came to my hypothesis and conclusion after looking at all of these clips, especially the one that I saw last time, that yes, Hassan is zapping his dog, okay? Right, that one, I believe, again, I think I told you guys, I said, I believe that Hassan is lying to us. I think he told a fib. I think he's worried about the backlash. I feel like he's been hiding this remote nonstop, and that there's every clip. He's doing it, okay? So I don't think he's being very, I think he's being disingenuous and not telling us the truth. And then I think the day after, or maybe the same day, Ludwig started streaming, and he had to kind of, well, he talked about the situation with him. And Hassan, if you guys don't know, this is Ludwig. Ludwig is also, he's Cutie Cinderella's boyfriend. I can't remember if they're engaged or not, but yeah, they're top streamer. He's been doing it for a really long time. Okay, talks about games and stuff, and goes out and plays. He does a lot of different types of content, hosts a lot of events. He's been in the space for a long time. He got connected to it because Cutie Surrender got connected to it because she talked about the collar. Said she saw the tape, which then made a lot of the information confusing because nothing was matching up. Okay, with Taylor Lorenz's testimony and all the other people like the story keeps on changing. But Ludwig got dragged to this because if you guys don't know, Ludwig has, again, like I said, a channel called Mogul Mail, which he used. He might bring it back, I assume, I think. But he basically talked about Hassan a few times, and I think he took a video down or he took some things off because people were suggesting that Hassan called him and was like, hey, I don't like this, bro. And then ever since then, people felt like Ludwig, the online community, was like, yeah, Ludwig is on Hassan's leash. That's been the meme that's been going on for years and years. I'm guessing Ludwig got tired of it, wanted to put to a rest, and he basically hit I'm not your friend part 2. He made a video a long time ago saying I'm not your friend, as in my fans. He said, my fans, you're not my friends, okay? So don't have that kind of parasocial relationship with me. He was talking about parasocial, but now he just made Electric Boogaloo, I'm not your friends, talking about the majority of his streamer people that he collabs with are also not his friend. In fact, I believe he communicated and said something to the extent that he doesn't even communicate with Hassan, and if he retired from streaming, he would also just never talk to him again.
Do I think Hassan shocks his dog? I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her, but that 100% is a shock. That's a fact.
So he's saying he doesn't know if Hassan shocked him, but he 100% believes that it is a shock collar. Okay, I think the only difference is that I don't know if it's a shock collar or a vibration collar. I don't know which one it is. He's saying 100% is, but I feel like Mans has been reaching on that table and pressing that button. Whichever one, whatever type of collar it is, Mans was not reaching for. I keep saying the word wrong. The zims or the zims or the hymns or whatever. I can't say no word right. But he keeps reaching, and he pressing that button. And I feel based on using my eyes and then looking at Kaya, I think that's what's occurring.
I feel like that shit is 100% a shock collar. But I got no clue. I think when you come in and you say, oh no, you're gonna get the Hassan call now, I think like you are like genuinely pathetic. And, like you are still pretending to live in a universe where it is like brave to speak out against Hassan, as if that is not like a popular side to be on. I think it's pathetic.
It's interesting. Again, before all of this, I haven't been paying attention to Hassan and the orbiters. The only time I've been talking about Hassan was Ethan versus Hassan, right? But I'd never really paid attention too much to what is going on and the antics and the factions and whatnot. So I never knew what was the popular side to be on. But it does feel like after Collargate, there has seemed to have been a swing in terms of a lot of people. When you bring an animal into the situation, that can usually change a lot of things. That's a very big swing. But yeah, as you guys know, when I was looking at this situation, I was not trying to take any sides, just kind of looking at things as sus, and I was like, this is weird, this is weird. Benefit of the doubt here, I'll continue to wait for information. And every step along the line where I felt like Hassan could have obviously just kind of proven his innocence in some kind of way, right? It's not a shot collar. Bam! Here it is. Boom, 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 boom. Moist Critical will agree with me saying the same thing as well. Here it is. Guys, it's just a regular collar. So the absence of not doing that is, in my opinion, just kind of sus. And then seeing him push this thing out of the way all the time and all these extra clips, and people been like, Omni, this is a psyop. Everything is out of context. Okay, it kind of sus and weird in my opinion. But anyway, I think that he's been pressing the button to keep Kaya over it. Ludwig also has a clip here where he basically is communicating that he does not want to be involved in this freaking streamer drama. He doesn't want to be in the middle of it. He's not interested in it. All right, he does so much other types of content. I think he might acknowledge that the Mogul Mail channel probably helped him to kind of get into it, but he's trying to communicate to people what the actual narrative is and not the narrative that people are spinning. And again, it's this Electric Boogaloo. I am not your friend, okay? I don't really hang out with all these streamers offline, and I only consider a very small group of them my actual people that I consider close to. But he has his own IRL friends, mostly I think Slime and the people that he talks to on his podcast.
Now, to be clear, I want no beef with anyone. Hassan's community, Asmin's community, Destiny's community. The last time I did, I think Destiny wished death upon Slime and the rest of the podcast. If what I said offended you, I apologize deeply. I am Chinese now. I'm leaving Twitch and YouTube anyway for Billy. Seriously, I'll be out of your hair soon.
So yeah, Ludwig is saying, I don't want the smoke. Same energy as me, bro. I am not interested in joining any of the armies here. The Hassan army, the Asmongold. I am not interested, bro. I have no freaking enemies, okay? Zero. Well, 2 of them. Again, I keep saying the black dude who dances too hard and too fast while eating food, and Johnny Somali. But otherwise, nah, man.
Johnny Somali.
No enemies and no beef. And Ludwig is basically saying, I'm not even trying to get in this smoke. I'm just letting you guys know. I'm trying to clear the accusations and make it very clear what it is that I actually feel. Here's another clip that has to do with Ludwig. Okay, Ludwig is basically trying to clear his name, and XQC basically saying that he feels kind of guilty because he was spreading misinformation about Ludwig.
Because Ludwig was actually he's just gonna mad at me that I was spreading false information, and I feel bad about that. Because he said that oh, now I feel like I have to say it now because whatever. He hasn't really been hanging out or talking to Hassan for the longest time. Like, so the whole take that I had, like, oh, Ludwig's not approaching the topic at all, right? Because it's his best friend. They haven't been talking. Maybe some drama, probably not. Maybe just whatever. But and I believe him. Ludwig doesn't lie to me. The minute Ludwig ever lies to me, ever, like anybody else, then they're in my head in the bad zone. The zone they want to be. Don't lie to me.
Get your ass out of here,
again,
boy.
The narrative and the story that a lot of people have been pushing is that like all of these LA creators just all hang out and they all stream together. Then after the cameras cut off, they all hang together and shit on the normies and just like, look at all these normies as we take over Hollywood. And there's this conglomerate of just LA streamers that, right? There's a social network, which I'm pretty sure there is some type of social network that probably exists. It's definitely like high school vibes, okay, with certain people as well. But when it comes to high school vibes, right, there's also people who are looking from the outside in, trying to create a narration or a picture that makes sense to them based on the interactions they see with the streams. And Ludwig's trying to let you guys, I'm trying to separate reality from fiction, like streaming from the real world. And just don't, I get that it might look like it overlaps, but to set the record clear, okay, that's a very important distinction. And XQC taking a step back to correct himself on that when it comes to misinformation, which now leads to me also making a correction from my last video on Monday. Just a quick correction. You may or may not remember this clip that I showed you guys from the last video where Hassan was basically having like this breakdown. He was basically going down the black pill nihilism and was essentially saying that you can't stand anybody, the left, the right, the socialists, blah, 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 blah. In this breakdown, I thought that the subscriber that he was talking to for the 40-month badge was essentially, you know, giving him flack for the whole Kaya thing, okay? That's not what the case was. This person was not referring to the Kaya situation. His response was actually having to do with the 40-month subscriber person who was still trying to hold him accountable for things and views that he had back in 2013, okay? The political views had nothing to do with Kaya in this specific retrospect, so I took out 30 seconds of the clip where I said it had to do with Kaya. However, I left the rest of the clip, which I did not say anything with doing with Kaya, because my criticism and review of Hassan when it came to this breakdown in this clip was that Hassan has this thing where he again blames other people for his emotions and his reactions, and it's a constant shift. And Gang has a very difficult time, I think, taking criticism and looking at himself without blowing a casket. I think my man's got some anger issues, bro. For real, bro. And I hope he's seeing like a therapist, man, because I think it's in his business. Because I'm seeing a therapist, right? I'm not saying this in a way like seeing a therapist is a bad thing, but I hope that he's seeing a therapist, because when you're in the YouTube space and the Twitch space and you're the center of this attention or something, bro, mental health is getting jammed. This is at your baseline before you even get checked, okay? So anyway, yeah, just making that correction as well. It wasn't had to do with Kaya, but everything else about the clip still stands, and that is my criticism on Hassan and his ability to kind of not take criticism while also deflecting to other people. Couple of one-offs, really quick ones, okay? Will Phoenix said the construction has begun for Trump's ballroom. This is the White House. is getting absolutely torn down, demolishing. A lot of people are upset to see this historic building that has.
All right, whatever, boy. I'm done with you.
To upload it out of fear it caused drama, and also posted this statement without my approval. When you say refused doesn't mean they didn't do a thing. Refused means somebody asked and they said no. Sorry guys, we'll talk about everything on this week's episode and go on a hiatus afterwards to restructure. No, she's just lying. I'm sorry. They're trying to cover for the Hassan Shock came out and he messaged them and he was like, hey, you need to take this back. It's making me look really bad. If somebody is posting a statement like that online without your approval, that seems like a huge did they write it for you? Or did you write the statement and give it to them and tell them not to publish it and they publish it? Like, that's crazy.
And so 2-3 weeks ago, we had this big chat where he essentially said he was no longer going to be producer so that we could find another person to fill that role that can commit to it more full time, because he just didn't fully have the bandwidth to look over everything that we would sometimes want him to look over. So this is all to say, over the last 2-3 weeks, we've had like interim or new people in the production role and not even like fully transitioned into that. So anyways, when we filmed this podcast and then this whole controversy imploded, we didn't have a straightforward way by which we would make a decision of whether...
Okay, so there was no team. It was a one-man show, basically. These two were doing the podcast, and then her, Lily's assistant/brother was handling the production stuff. So I'm guessing uploading, tagging. Maybe he had a couple of people helping him, but okay.
Not to upload it. Some people on staff were not comfortable. Some people didn't care. And it's very imploded. We didn't have a straightforward way by which we would make a decision of whether or not to upload it. Some people on staff were not comfortable. Some people didn't care. And it's very, like, there wasn't one sole person who could be like, we're doing it.
Where did you get that it's just the producer when she said it's at least 5 to 6 people? What? They just said earlier that Lily's brother was the one doing all the work for the podcast until like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then they had to get somebody else because he was too stretched.
Everyone. And also, none of us are really like that. Like, none of us really want to push our opinion onto others. But in my opinion, we just did not have a good process by...
No, they didn't. It's one producer, and the rest of the team does other shit. What do you mean? Does other what? What else is there to do?
Of whether or not to upload in the bit to it more people, a larger and larger endeavor. It's been Dan Lily's brother. We get a spanking. We mean, so as you guys know, Dan Lily's brother was producing the podcast. And a couple weeks ago, or frankly, even for the last like few weeks, we've had some issues, mainly because he's also your manager. Is that okay to say publicly?
Yeah, he works for me very closely.
And he does a lot of different things. And I feel like as the podcast has become a larger and larger endeavor, it's been harder for him to manage it on his own, to be honest. And we've at different times brought in different people and had different people try different roles, blah, blah, blah. It's just been a lot.
Not everyone likes to run every aspect of the podcast like you. Do you think Lily set up the cameras? Good one. So I don't know what their association is with offline TV anymore, but getting somebody to just like turn all the stuff on a set that's already set up, you just turn it all on. They could have one guy that does that. I don't know why they would have like 5 different people. I guess if they want to go like really high class, they could have someone on set for makeup and stuff. If they want to do like makeup and hair. But so 2 people, well, what else do you need?
And so 2-3 weeks ago, we had this big chat where he essentially said he was no longer going to be producer so that we could find another person to fill that role that can commit to it more full time, because he just didn't fully have the bandwidth to look over everything that we would sometimes want him to look over. So this is all to say, over the last 2-3 weeks, we've had like interim or new people in the production role and not even like fully transitioned into that. So anyways, when we filmed this podcast and then this whole controversy imploded, we didn't have a straightforward way by which we would make a decision of whether or not to upload it. Some people on staff were not comfortable. Some people didn't care.
And also, when you're talking about people on staff that have strong opinions about uploading or not uploading, this implies more than just a camera audio person, like video audio people. This implies like some kind of staff that manages and crafts like PR statements and everything else. Like, why? Or that, like, I don't know.
It's very, like, there wasn't one sole person who could be like, we're doing it, F everyone. And also, none of us are really like that. Like, none of us really want to push our opinion onto others. But
I have a staff cam for the podcast. Start from here.
I think, too, there's been a lot of, like, TikTok.
Okay, so my guess is one of these persons is for... Also, firstly, Jesus, this camera angle is quite dicey, but okay.
Scene where it's like, where
the best camera angle.
Relationship is uncomfortably close with like a mom and a son. I don't know, like, so there's one side where it's like, even if you're married, the son is still choosing the mom over the wife, and like they could be having kids and stuff, and still like.
I wonder if this person here is literally just like a random assistant or something.
Like there's.
And then she's the one who's doing the cameras.
I've seen like a lot of scenarios like that, and then I've also seen stuff where like the mom is very jealous of the son's girlfriends and stuff like that.
Spouse and your mother.
Yeah, that's my guess.
In my opinion, we just did not have a good process by which to make a decision.
One is Pokey's PA, yeah.
Or anyone really spearheading
They only credit 3 staffers under their videos, and the ones I checked. Okay.
or taking responsibility for things because we were in a transitional period. Also, we had / have someone who helps us with socials, who's also stepping down. We have an editor who's incredible, though, or anyone really spearheading or taking responsibility for things because we were in a transitional period. Also, we had / have someone who helps us with socials, who's also stepping down. We have an editor who's incredible, but also has a full-time job. So over the last like month.
Okay, I can see there being 4 to 5 people. Well, maybe. I don't know what the producer is doing at that point. You probably have an editor that's taking the camera footage and then is cutting back and forth. So it should be an easy job. You're gonna have an editor. You might have a separate person who does uploads.
Let's get
from
this
the
iron
editor
outta
and
here.
your socials, and then you might have a person on set who does camera audio. I could see that. I could see 3 staff. For
Motor,
this. That
here I
makes sense.
come, baby.
That sounds right for. Sounds about what I have for mine. But I do video audio, but we would have a person that does like socials and uploads and everything. We don't have an editor because the cameras switch automatically, but ads and sponsors. My guess is that those are going to be rolled in from Pokey's or Lily's management team, external to this show. I doubt the show itself has, or it could, I guess, have its own management team for sponsors. But my guess is it would come from their management company already. That'd be my guess. What are they called? I was going to say CPA. It's not that. It's not CTA.
I want that midsummer.
Talent agency. Something TA. What am I thinking of? I used to be into these guys. Everybody in LA. Okay, I don't know. Do they have a live switcher? I'm guessing that's what the girl back there does. No, actually, she probably doesn't. My guess is the switch is done in post. The reason why is because the camera switched to Pokey before she began speaking, and I don't think a person would try to like preempt that on set. My guess is they just record from both cameras and then the editor, or all 3 cameras, and then the editor changes it up. Yeah. Something talent agency. They're like the largest one in
Who's also stepping down. We have an editor who's incredible, but also has a full-time job.
Bullshit.
Oh, UTA.
Nah, I'm
they
just
might
kidding.
be rebranded now, though. That's right. Thank you, Bep. United Talent Agency, I think. But UTA might be something different now. I don't remember if they're rebranded or not.
Over the last like month-ish, we've just had a lot of restructuring issues within our staff. So when I made that tweet, it sounded like we're restructuring because of this, and I'm firing everybody. But that's not what I meant. I literally meant we are in the middle of restructuring, and kind of what happened is only further proof that we need to kind of put our heads down, figure it out, because clearly any action that comes from the podcast reflects hugely on Lily and I. And I also want to say I don't at all. I think in an effort to clarify where I was coming from, like I didn't mean to throw staff under the bus so much. And at the end of the day, like the responsibility of the podcast is mine and Lily's solely. But that's also why when we hadn't approved the statement, it didn't feel so good. That's something reflected on us when we did not know at all that it was going to come out.
Like
Bruh?
I truly am just guessing, and I don't know everything behind the scenes, but I would be shocked if somebody were to post that statement publicly without what? They authored one and they didn't want it posted? Or the person wrote it completely on their own? Or that's just astounding to me. That's astounding to me.
Statement, I mean. So that is just what I'm trying to clarify. And do you want to talk a little bit?
Yeah, you said everything.
I want to clarify really everybody's intentions, and also the staff. I want to clarify, like, I know your guys' intention. I'm not mad at anybody in this situation.
Rip.
I was
Like, that doesn't make any sense. And there is some PR speak you can do here, but they're trying to cover for what I think was just, I think the Hassan Shak came out and he messaged them. He was like, hey, you need to take this back. It's making me look really bad. That's my guess. Because if somebody is posting a statement like that online without your approval, that seems like a huge fuck up. Did they write it for you? Or did you write the statement and give it to them and tell them not to publish it and they publish it? Like, that's crazy.
True, actually. Now I
Like,
think
oh,
about
it's
it.
okay, guys.
also to staff. I want to clarify, like, I know your guys' intention. I'm not mad at anybody in this situation. I was more so, if anything, upset at myself because the podcast that is mine, there was not a clear structure and process by which we follow to get people's approvals before things go out, before decisions are made, etc. And so unfortunately this happened in a very, very unlucky time where we are moving roles around and things are moving around, and yeah. So I hope that kind of clarifies. I know our community is so sweetie pie cuties that they, I think, get us, they know our hearts, they know where we're coming from.
What is strange to me is, do you think Pokey and Lily would so blatantly lie? I don't get it. Are all streamers the same? Seems most likely the things she says happen. I think Pokey would. I think because she values the connection to Hassan.
No.
I don't think Lily would. I feel like Lily is like, I think, very conflict avoidant, unless she's changed. She's never lived with us for years, so like she would just go along with whatever Pokey wants to do here. But I think Pokey would do whatever she needs to make sure the Hassan bridge is intact.
And I think anyone who is like looking for some crazy statement or something, you're probably not a part of our community. And it's also unfortunate because it feels like it was a complete lose-lose situation, you know?
Lily hasn't said anything, so it seems like she's not lying at all. Well, Lily's not going to call her out on the show. Also, they've already had a conversation before this episode for what they're going to say and the story they're going to sell and everything, right?
Yeah.
No matter kind of what decision we made. Yeah.
Well, you know, just to clarify, nobody's fired.
You're fired.
Nobody's
Maybe me. When I said restructure, that's literally what I meant. We were in the middle of restructuring.
Yeah.
Like, link me the statement again. Let me read it so I can get the vibe from it again. Pokemon posted and took down a Paris vlog with Hassan on her own channel. New vlog at GT Explorer 3. Thank you to Susie for inviting us out to this incredible.
Alright, let's take this iron, smelt it. Then we'll start looking for the plains
Maybe she took down
biome.
all of their vlogs? Was it just the one with Hassan? I don't know. The episode was supposed to air as usual, but staff refused to upload it out of fear it caused drama, and also posted this statement without my approval. So when you say refused doesn't mean they didn't do a thing. Like refused means somebody asked and they said no, right? Like, hey, you know, we should take John out to eat. Oh, John refused to come and eat with us. Really? Damn. What, you asked him and he said no? Oh, no, I didn't ask. He just, you know, he hasn't said yes. So, what do you mean you refused? And then, out of fear it caused drama, and also posted this statement without my approval. I mean, that could be read in multiple ways, but sorry guys, we'll talk about everything on this week's episode and go on a hiatus afterwards to restructure. No, she's just lying. I'm sorry. Like normally, like I wouldn't be so firm on this, but like the language here, this very clearly doesn't imply that there is a restructure in process. This very clearly implies like we are going to go on a hiatus afterwards in order to restructure. Like the staff up so much they refused to upload something out of fear for drama, and they posted a statement without our approval. So after this week's episode, we're going to go on a hiatus to restructure. This is like very clearly plain English, like what is being said here. But the problem is also, this is why I say over and over again, don't make a public statement and like wait a few days. There's no rush to make a public statement, especially if you want to lie about something, because when you start making statements early on, you get tied into too many different lies and you can't keep everything straight by the time you want to have your official structured story at the end. Yeah, I mean, that's just, I think this is a pretty clear reading of what she intended here, but there was no way to sell this lie completely once they talked about it long form, so.
And now even more so, like basically during our trip to France and after, we were talking about like, oh, do we go on hiatus? Do we just try to fill these holes within the team while continuing to put out episodes? To be honest, me personally, I've had a few points of dissatisfaction with the podcast. Not at all with anyone on the team. More so like sometimes, or actually I expressed this on the Patreon. I don't love the premise of doing a full-length podcast and then also paywalling a full-length podcast. I would much rather paywall content that is entirely different. That way we can put our entire hearts and souls and energies into the full-length podcast. I also don't like sometimes thinking like, wait, the energy was better on the Patreon, but the episode that goes out to the larger public isn't as good this week. Like that kind of stuff doesn't sit right with me. So even structurally within the Patreon and like the content structure, that bothered me a little bit. And then there's little things here and there week by week where I'm like, wait, this thumbnail isn't as good as previous ones we've made. Is anyone title checking? Are we optimizing? All these like little things, because of course after years of making content, we're both pretty particular about the content that we put out. So I wasn't so happy with like the almost like quality check of every episode or clip or whatever that's coming out. But again, this isn't to say that anyone was like doing a bad job. It's because everybody that I'm so grateful has been a part of like launching Sweet and Sour with us is also busy doing so many other things. So I feel like we just
it's just too much detail for also lying, I think. Like, somebody was doing a bad job. You're saying why they were doing a bad job is because they were stretched too thin, which might be a legitimate excuse, but then they were doing a bad job, so you want somebody different who can dedicate more time or effort, right?
got to a point where we're like, damn, like this requires people who are fully committed to just this. So that's basically the reason that we're likely going on hiatus, to hopefully build out a dedicated team. We still want and process, and then. Yeah, so hypothetically, we have a sponsor lined up in November that was going to give free tickets for you guys to come watch us do a podcast in person at a really cute, cozy cafe kind of vibe. So we're trying to figure out, well, shit, now we got to go on a hiatus, we got to restructure, and are we still doing this IRL event? We don't know, stay tuned. And if you're in the region and you want to come, we would love that. Again, the tickets will be free, just for you guys to come hang out. But we will announce if that's still happening. Patreon will get first dibs on the free tickets, but again, they're free, and then they will be public if there are any more tickets left. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Please, I yapped so much.
You did. You are.
So what are your feelings? The hiatus, the well, you know what? I can yap some more if you want. I got so much.
Okay.
Do you want me to yap some more while you think? Sure. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. What? I meant it.
What the fuck?
Thank you. Sorry, I would like to bounce back.
I'm in my blue face.
Just like yo, ass bounce back. Anyways, so the issues that started coming up in the podcast to me were actually really reminiscent of OTV issues.
Oh shit.
Would you agree?
What were the OTV issues again?
So there were times within OTV where it felt impossible to make a goddamn decision, and we would have these 4 or 5 hour long meetings, and the reason why is because we were like 5+ talents trying to make a decision together, but not a single person. There wasn't a sole person whose responsibility it is to spearhead the initiative. And for Lily and I, it's tough because like we're 50-50 in this, and I don't think either of us are comfortable like overriding the other person's decision sometimes.
I do feel that way.
Right?
Yeah.
And so do I. I'm not gonna lie, I can be an overriding ass bitch. But I'm kind of like, oh, I can be a control freak, but coming into this project, I decided I'm not going to do that.
Man, we're so opposites. And that's why we're sweet and sour.
Exactly.
We're so sweet and sour. We're just different people, and that's okay.
I decided, like, I will always give my opinion, but I don't want to micromanage people. I don't want to make decisions that other people aren't comfortable with. Because this is a group endeavor. This is, for starters, a duo endeavor, but it's also a group endeavor. And I feel like that's just not healthy long term. I don't want to build resentment towards you. I don't want you to build resentment towards me. So it's very important that we make decisions together. And I think the best way, girl, I thought about this for 2 hours and then.
Yeah, but this isn't a stretch too thin oopsie. This would be a person acting way above their pay grade in terms of decision making. It's not a stressed out employee's actions, but a psycho move that seems ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Well, now she's talking about general problems. And these could all be general problems, but yeah. I feel pretty reasonably confident in my assessment. I think that they saw all of the huge drama coming out about the episode. Somebody had, Pokey story 2 days before the tweet. Quick update.
Ooh.
Going on Jason the Ween stream right now, hopefully uploading GP Explore Vlog Tuesday, recording a podcast episode Thursday to explain why we missed last week and have an honest chat. This went up with no thing about staff making mistakes or anything at all. Then there was like that public statement. This is highly implying that staff fucked up. I'm guessing that sometime between here and the next day, maybe Hassan reached out and talked to her, but then they decide what the story should be, because it's probably awkward, because I know Pokey's brother, who's a super cool dude, is her personal manager and everything, and maybe he was doing a lot of production for this, but like the idea that somebody wrote this whole statement up, like, was this all just a lie? Hey Taste Buds, this is a tough one to write, but we wanted to give you all a heads up that we're unfortunately going to be missing our first scheduled Saturday video tomorrow. We've been watching the recent drama unfold concerning our guests, and it's been getting intense. We had a serious talk as a crew, and we all agreed that it did not feel right uploading tomorrow's episode at this moment in time. Was that whole thing just a lie? With that conversation, it never happened? There was no talk, or what? Our community is our favorite thing, and the reason we do this is to create a space that is comfy as always, and a true escape. We do not want to impact the cozy atmosphere that we build together. Thanks for always supporting our vision for a fun, positive place to hang out. See you all next week. My guess is Pokey and Lily probably both either wrote or at least approved this statement, 100%. But then Hassan probably reached out, and they might have even gotten harassed by Hassan's community because they weren't posting the episode, and so they decided to try to walk back on this. Yeah, that would be my guess. That's my guess. And all the different stories that have come out now, I think, don't help sell their version any more than mine. Also, we've seen Hassan do this behavior over and over again with everybody.
Okay, so I can say, as somebody who was at the house 2 weeks prior to this incident, it might even have been 10 days prior. So I saw the collar when he took it off. There was no mechanism or any.
Why would it be controversial for them to do a podcast with Hassan if they are still friends with Hassan and defend him? It makes no sense. Well, it was controversial because in the original video, like, it was very obvious that Hassan tortures his dog to keep her alive as a stream prop in the background while her body slowly falls apart and then she eventually dies rotting in the corner of his room. so that he can get, you know, pussy DMing him on Snapchat or whatever. So it's obvious. Everybody saw that. Everybody knows that's what happened. And so obviously they want to kind of like separate themselves. But then when Hassan or when Hasanabi calls in the banners and starts sending DMs, then people kind of have to walk back or change stories because they can see, hold on, it looks like Hassan is going to call in the banners on this one, and he wants us to stand strong on whatever weird propaganda or lie that he's selling, and, you know, we have to answer the call or else we're going to be kicked out from the Piker complex.
To this incident, it might even have been 10 days prior. So I saw the collar when he took it off. There was no mechanism or any sort of shocking thing. This dog is spoiled rotten. This dog adores Hassan. After we did the streaming, the Twitch, we went out to his like kitchen living area, and she is laid up on the sectional. A lot of people don't let their animals on the sofas, which I think is bullshit. And that's something I've had it with people that are like, we don't let our pets on the sofa. I'm like, well, then you shouldn't have gotten a pet. Hassan's dog has free reign. And then Marsh, who is Hassan's producer, we had this little like floral halo type, you know, like little flower girls wear. I forget what.
Just as a heads up, she did not see, unless Hassan showed her afterwards, which I don't believe he did. She did not see the collar that was on Hassan's dog, because when he took it off, he like snuck it under his desk. We watched that. He was going to say it was a shock collar. He stopped himself on stream, and then he took the collar off, and then he very like magician the way that he handles this shit. He moved it under his desk on the left side. So unless he showed her afterwards, which I doubt he did, she has no clue what the collar was. Also, whether or not an animal is allowed to be on furniture is not indicative of whether or not an animal is abused or not abused. Like, there are good reasons why you might not want animals on your furniture, depending on the fabric of the material. You know, their oils and everything could stain stuff or leave hair everywhere. Like, dogs can be treated perfectly well and have wonderful lives and love you and be all sorts of whatever great relationships, and they're just not allowed on the furniture. Like, the idea that just because a dog is allowed to jump on a couch or on a bed means that they're super loved and great. That's a really not true, stupid statement.
This little like floral
True.
Halo type, you know, like little flower girls wear. I forget what they're called. And we were putting it on her. We were doing a photo shoot with her. And then I brought it up to Hassan again. I said, you need to get her a bigger collar. And he goes, feel her neck fur. Come here. And she's just, and then, she is so, her hair is so thick.
Like, this story doesn't even make sense. Like, feel her neck hair. It's thick. Okay, then get a thicker collar or a larger collar. I don't understand what this point is supposed to mean. Like, imagine wearing like a shirt and a tie, and the tie is choking you to death. You're like, I can't breathe. You're like, oh no, he's fine. He just has a lot of fat. He has a lot of neck fat because he's overweight. And the guy, I'm like, shouldn't he have like a wider tie then? No, it's okay. It's just neck fat. Like, okay.
That he had to put it, and it really wasn't even tight because her hair is so freaking thick. But it bothered him that I thought that maybe her collar was too tight. And so we even had a follow-up conversation about it. So when I saw the whole thing about her, you know, like barking or yelping or whatever, that dog, when I was on the stream, I was on it for maybe like an hour and a half. She had free reign of the entire room. Like, she came to me, she would have crawled in my lap if I would have let her. Then she laid down by the feet. Then after that, we went and filmed a podcast, and she sat under the table of the podcast. It's not like he forces her to do things. And so I was so shocked that, number one, Ben Shapiro's
shocked, you say?
Using.
Were you shocked? Is that why you're giving this statement now?
Footage of me to make some sort of bullshit case. But I want to get into these Democrats, like left-leaning-ish, that are sabotaging this.
My God, dude. We just have to just please. People are waking up to this, that these people are not on the same team. These people are not on our team. Call them different things, socialists, communists, Green Party. Make a new political party for them, but they are not on our team. They don't care about political power. They don't care about getting people elected. It's all social games and weird shit. These people are doing weird, cringy, psychosexual social games, okay? They're not on our team.
I wish you got this angry at Ethan Klein. Why the f would I get this angry at Ethan Klein? Ethan Klein is irrelevant. Of course I'm gonna get this angry at people who present themselves as leftists in my community and use every waking moment being annoying. I expect better from long-term community members. Yeah, Ethan Klein is washed and irrelevant. Who gives
True
about Ethan Klein? He has lit his own goddamn career on fire because he wanted to defend a genocide for 2 years, and now
Bro,
he's
the
actively
genocide.
trying to change that image to the best of his ability by being like, I actually didn't spend the last 2 years defending genocide.
The genocide.
Everyone was
Where's Kaya at, by the way?
lying about
Wait,
it.
was she here in the beginning? Oh, crazy.
Everyone was lying about it. Who gives a what that lunatic has to say? I wish you got.
Yeah, Hassan calling people washed up or irrelevant is the same when Trump says they have low ratings. That's the low rating statement from Hassan. Another interaction clip.
Kaya, please pose with the dogs.
Valkyrie, the last time she was on Hassan's stream, she thinks she's in trouble. You need to speak to her in a nicer tone. Uh-oh. What is this?
Kaya, please pose with the dogs.
Wait, is this the same stream where the they find the shock collar remote?
Kaya, get up. Kaya, get up. Kaya, over here. Hey.
Kaya.
No.
Over here.
No. Over here. Come here.
She doesn't know. She.
Kaya, come.
Oh, she's so scared of getting shocked. As soon as he talks, she just runs to the bed. Holy shit.
Kaya, get up. Kaya, over here. Hey.
Kaya.
No.
Over here.
No. Over here. Come here.
She doesn't know. She.
Kaya, come.
I think she's
Okay, come.
Come here. You need to speak to her in a nicer tone.
Get over here. Sit. Get over here. Kaya, sit. You damn dog. Come here, you dog.
I think she's in trouble.
Good girl. Sit.
Wrong way.
Bro, the way you interact with her. Chad is thanking you, saying thank you, Ray, for being nice to Kaya.
Was this over last Christmas? Had he already sent her off to the training center or whatever yet, or the training camp?
Well, it's a tone.
Wait, go back to what did she say? Wait, what?
Girl, sit.
Wrong way. She.
Kaya, come.
Do you think she's
Okay, come.
Come here.
Kaya, come.
Do you think she's
Okay, come.
No, she's saying she thinks she's in trouble. That's what she's saying.
You need to speak to her in a nicer tone.
Get over here. Sit. Get over here. Kaya, sit. You damn dog. Come here, you dog.
I think she's in trouble.
Good girl. Sit.
Wrong way.
Bro, the way you interact with her. Chad is thanking you, saying thank you, Ray, for being nice to Kaya.
Well, it's a tone thing. Like she thought she was in trouble because you're being so like. Ugh. You never Kaya.
I don't think the tone thing matters. The dog's just probably not trained. Because like, I don't think you have to say like, sit down, sit. Like you should be able to say like nicely and friendly, sit, and the dog should sit. Shouldn't matter much, I don't think. Unless you're like, screaming, maybe. I wonder if, is there any footage ever of Hassan saying, place and her going to the thing? I wonder if she just has never even gotten that kind of training. He just shocks her until she goes to the bed.
Damn.
But he'll say place while he's shocking her, and then people think that she's trained on place or whatever, but in reality it's just him shocking her every time.
You never Kaya. He speaks like
Have you seen the videos where they yell versus when they are nice to the dog? Nope, link me.
This is why she ran to you at Cutie's party last night.
Oh, yeah, I know. She loves me.
I think if you're mean, it's probably not good. But I don't think you should have to say like sit, oh please sit. Like I think you should be able to issue a command where you're like firm, like sit, come, suck. Just kidding.
Osprey uses medium. Wrong.
Jared, if you don't respond to me with glee in your
What's
voice,
up? What's up?
super happy
What's
to
up?
hear me.
I hate
happy to hang out with
Okay.
me. How was the game?
I'm just happy to be here. Just happy to be here. Tower, Andy. I'm into the tower. Guy up on the railing, right where I'm looking. Yep. Cracked. One's hit. 2 cracked. One's dead. I'm pushing that location. Good shit. I'm just gonna move straight up on it. One more to the left, right there on ping.
Oh wow, they hit me so hard.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'm cracking up over here.
That guy's right on your pillar right there is hit. Hutch, one shot. One
What
shot.
the-
That guy's hit, moving right.
I get the other guy's down. Is that 3 or 2 down? Oh, I see him.
I got him if you
He's peeking your side. He just hit. Oh, this guy's pretty good. He's quick shot me.
Do an 8 at it.
Yeah, I think you got him with that.
He's dead.
Great, man.
Yeah, you're insane.
Nice name,
Yeah, I
brother.
fumbled everything.
Another team right here on ping, moving right towards us. I say we. Did that guy have anything on?
We go up, we go up, we go up, we go up, we go up. Leave those bodies. This.
Yeah.
Can you find the boss?
In already, in already, in already.
All the way
Go
in.
hold kitchen, go hold, I'll go
Yeah,
hold
I'm watching
kitchen,
your right.
you go
Watching your right. Watching your right.
Hold this.
I'm gonna go even more further.
Push in.
I got this, just 1 second, folks. Hey, over here, I'm down. Bro.
They got me. 2 guys on this side.
Maybe.
Collapsed tunnel. Damn.
We run back, right
Both in this room.
Can't see behind me. You're gonna have to be nice.
Yeah, I got this. Nothing. Okay. Shooting.
Headshotted one at the end.
Pushing out,
Very
pushing
low.
out here,
Very
pushing
low.
out
Very
here.
low. He's.
Get out of this
2
area.
here, 2 here, 2 here.
You just heal yourself up. I'm holding this whole area.
You're executing.
I'm gonna go hold along
I'm
here.
just gonna die, folk. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Don't get pinched. Don't get pinched. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Can I push up on that corner?
Yeah.
They're not in that room?
They're in the main room still. Stuck.
Got it.
He's on me in here.
Coming.
Hit one with the eagle. Really low. Really low. One's down. One's down. The other one's not knocked.
1 second. I'm
Yeah,
coming,
2 knocked.
I'm
2
coming.
knocked in here. 2 knocked in here.
Let's go.
No, that's not clear. That's not clear. The room's clear, but that's Poke's body. Yeah, there's still another one, unless that's just a duo. I'm gonna shut this door behind us. So we can just try to. Okay, it was just 2 then. Okay.
There was 2
I
on me,
knocked
yeah.
one early, I thought. Just counting our chickens, baby.
Just counting our chickens, our duckies.
That's not you.
We can just leave. We can just leave. We don't need to fight that. Let them do their thing.
Agreed,
Get out
agreed.
here. Just southeast, maybe. Over there.
Yeah.
What the? I'm not gonna lie. You knocked off the zipper, pretty sure.
Your head's up again. Your head's up again.
Did it?
I saw it.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Point is, we need to get the f- out of here, bro. This is the biggest third-party SID Central. I don't even know a more third-party game. It's insane.
Brother, it's the map. It's the map.
It's the map and just, you know, something's in the f***ing air. I just can't quite put my finger on it. It could be a flare, you know?
People have nothing to do now. They're just trying to.
Yes, sir.
Going.
Let's go.
Right around the corner.
Oh, shit.
No cap.
Down.
He can't do this.
Up.
Hit him with the deagle shot. He's hurt.
Yeah,
I'm diving around the corner.
Shield broken.
Hit him once. He's one shot. He's one shot. He's down. Let's get inside. You motherfucking. Suck my mother.
Oh, bro, let's go.
Mother. Dude, really try to do us. Dude, that spot is camped like crazy. Okay.
Oh, wait, heads up. Is that. Are those people up there, Pope?
No, it was just a little robot camping the top.
Oh. I thought that was like a mine. bottom stairs, going up, low.
Hit him. Knocked him.
Hit him again.
Oh,
No,
you knocked him.
below. Hit hard below. Oh man, he just sniped me in the face. I sniped him back in the face.
They have a mine on the right. They have a mine on the right.
Got both. Both all down.
Man, you guys are carrying my ass today.
There's another team far out, southwest, on that roof.
I hit him hard.
Southwest. Mark it. Ping me. Oh yeah, baby. This guy's dead. I hit him again.
I have close coming up here. I'm coming to you guys.
Is that guy down that when you were shooting or no?
No. He jumped down.
Oh, lucky fucking guy. He's still there. He was peeking right, dude. He's got a bot on him.
They're getting pushed by a second team, I think.
Bro, I can't believe I got this much iron already.
I cracked his armor off.
Oh, there's a body right here.
They know about us now. Where's the
Fucking
body from?
skeletons.
Yeah, that's the guy who climbed up the staircase, the first down guy.
I'm shooting at this
Yeah,
guy.
we see him.
Oh, zip line.
Hit
His
him
armor's
once.
cracked, armor cracked. I hit him
my
again.
shot.
I hit him again. He's got 1 HP. Those robots actually might accidentally get him.
There's an
We
anvil
dipping?
and a zip
You
line.
wanna go
We're gonna
towards
push
that?
those guys. I mean, we don't have to. I want to at least loot these bodies though down here.
I think we should not go for that guy, personally. Got that one down. Cracked his armor again inside the building. I think there's 2 of them, by the way.
Bro.
Oh, he sees me now. There's 2 at that building.
This guy
The
just
smoke redhead. Let's go, bro. Oh, he cracked me. I cracked him, though. They shut the door. They're both low in there.
You want to get out of here? You want
Yeah, I
to
think
push
we
him?
leave. I have a good bag of loot.
All right, let's go.
I have a really good bag.
We'll have the angle on
Yeah,
the
they're on it. They're on it. I got a crazy angle.
Hit
I have a
him. One
One
down.
down.
Potentially resing this boy inside that building.
Back over there.
He is. Yeah, I heard him. He's hurt bad. Right here. He can't get his boy up.
Coming. Almost there.
Yeah, he's on this left thing. He might have a shotgun. Nice job.
Knock.
Thurston.
Close these doors. Poke.
Yeah.
Should we go inside? Let's go
Name of
inside.
the
Go inside.
law.
Or no? We're not extracting?
No, we can wait. We can wait. We
Okay,
have
I'm here,
6
I'm here.
minutes. We can run it back here in a second. Here, poke it or poke. Come to us.
The gate's still open or no?
It's still open.
should
Go
go
now.
straight ahead
Go
over
now.
here.
Come now. We can get in.
I'm running.
There's a body over here. There's a body. I killed the guy right there.
That body.
Alright.
Make sure whoever else is here is a pissed off bastard.
That was a pretty wild one right there.
We get
Oh,
down
2
here?
guys right down here. Live pings right below us to the left. See him down there?
Got him.
Look at those
Right
pings.
up here. Right
Yeah,
here.
I have a sniper.
We kill right here. First shots. One here. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
I missed.
Okay.
Hit him.
Hit him. Knocked him.
Dub. I'm healing.
Where's his teammate?
Hard.
We finished that guy.
Thirst that guy. He had a
Broken
teammate.
chamber.
1000%.
Right here.
Oh, I see him in the tree. I hit him. Shields off. Hit him again. Really hurt. But he may have gotten away. I say we let him be. Let's go. Those guys won't be able to get close anymore, but we should still try to get into the.
Pushed by our flank.
Is this door always open?
No.
Negative.
They may have gone
Fight
tower.
up.
They could have gone lower to tower.
They're
We
above
go
us,
around.
boys. They're above us.
Okay. I say we go. That could be below us, I guess. We're not. Well, no, it should
We
be.
can turn right here and then we go up right there.
Wait. That's above
Right on
us.
top of us.
I think I want to go zip here. Personally, while they're fighting, let's go. I'm gonna go back through.
Okay.
I'm gonna go far right side.
Let's go, baby.
Get that lane cleared.
They see. They have our right.
It's pretty late.
I'm gonna be all the way to the end.
I think I fucked him up.
They don't know I'm here. Shot one very low. Shield's broken. In the kitchen. Hit him again, really low. Right on this corner on the right.
Kitchen down.
Good job. I'm gonna go back out to the lane. Stay there or I will shoot you, brother. You don't move!
They're down.
Good comms. Good comms. You can be alive for now. Anybody else there? Are we good?
Oh, we're good. Check that room, folks. Check that room.
Good fight, brother. Alright, I got a bag of loot. I'm ready to rumble. If you guys want to rumble.
You just shoot Jared.
No, sir.
Oh, you did it.
Who's dying?
Hit him.
Where was this?
Hit him.
Main lobby?
Hit him.
I don't know where they are.
Again. Can't shoot that staircase, dumbass.
You looking at the staircase?
Hit him.
Okay.
Hold up. This ain't good. I might go down. I'm alive. Poke is down. Oh, I didn't realize that.
Can you get him or not?
Need help, Jared.
I'm on my way. I'll hold
Need
the door.
help ASAP.
Yeah, I'll hold the door.
I was muted. Do you have a defib?
I do have a defib, folks. I'm running back.
One's hurt bad. Two's hurt bad. One's down. The other one's hurt really bad.
Didn't poke up. Pokes up.
Yep, two are down.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Another one low as fuck. Very, very low on me right now.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm jumping.
Here.
Down one.
Very good.
Down two. We're good. We're clean.
Okay.
Yo, these guys have tons of gear. Yo, get down here,
Yo,
bro.
they're
Tons of
geared.
gear. I can't even carry any more shit, so all this is yours, brother. I'm just gonna watch your back. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. This guy didn't think I was gonna. When he was looking up like this, I had already dropped, so he was like,
Oh, man,
probably
you
like
weren't lying
this.
about the whole tons of gear part. My
Yeah,
God.
yeah. These guys have crazy amounts of loot.
Another one.
Oh, it's aggro.
Did we aggro really?
Yep.
Okay,
I'm
just
dead,
keep.
boys. Y'all just worry about
go
getting out.
indoors somewhere. Go indoors somewhere. We'll hit the button and then have you come over.
Yeah, that's all. It sounds great, man.
You can't find indoors?
No, I won't be able to. I'm better.
We can get this
Yeah,
up. We can get this open and then get him. Yeah. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Wait, there's other people here now.
And later, nerds.
Who
Let's
is?
go.
Who's this? Who's this thing shooting at?
Shooting at another team.
No more troll mining.
It's shooting at me now. I'm gonna have to go under.
It's the end of an era.
Oh my god, I shot it inside.
How am I doing that?
This is really bad.
Can you leave? I'm gonna go to Hutch right now.
Okay, I'll distract it.
About 2 seconds.
Do you die through? I don't have a defib. Does this count?
Oh my god.
It counts.
Oh my, I love you.
Oh my god. It's good now. It reset.
Oh yeah, reset.
It reset. It reset. Nope, it's on you guys. It's on you
It's
guys.
on us. I'm gonna stay completely still.
I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it to
Okay, you're
make it turn around.
Why do you want to kill me so bad?
Okay, I got it back on me. I got it
Let's
back
go
on
up
me.
these stairs and go from the inside. Even if we get down, as long as we're inside.
I gotta go up ladder. If
That's
I
fine.
get down, I don't care. It's close enough now.
Okay, I got problems now. Not gonna lie, I might be dead.
Trying to get on me.
I'm shooting it as well.
I'm down. You're gonna have to come get me.
Yeah.
Should I crawl up or should I stay down? Maybe I should crawl up. Maybe you guys just hide. I crawl the way up.
I have an idea.
No, you have to get me
Don't worry.
quick. I'm gonna die fast.
You gotta get him. You gotta get him. We gotta get him. I'm shooting this thing, folks. Just don't get aggro me too soon.
Actually, just let me crawl up. Let me climb up.
Maybe.
I'm gonna die.
Nope, I got it. Maybe.
Let me climb up. I can do this. Okay, this works too.
Got one of the things. Got one of the legs.
Okay,
I guess I didn't try going for the straight shot back to my farmland.
Okay, we're running in. Can you start it?
no, it's already in. Yep, I'm running over. Poke's still down.
I'm down.
Poke's now down.
Can you crawl to
Where's
us?
my smoking grenade? I'm trying to... It is smoking if you guys try to kill it fast.
We can take it out. Hit front right.
I'm down. Can you crawl, Poke?
Yeah, I'm trying to get up. Halfway up.
Keep going, folks.
This thing might kill me.
I'm gonna take this thing out the only way.
It's on fire.
Got it. Get Jared.
Alright, we're good.
No,
We're
you're fine.
good.
Get him. I'm good. I can pull the lever. Oh, this works. Good.
Just want to get you up just in case.
I did not know I could do that. Damn.
Holy, nice clutch, Edge.
You nice clutch, brother.
Oh
You
my
nice.
One rocket launcher mob, and it's all hell breaks loose, huh? That was some crazy good fights, though. Yeah, how you finding this game? If not so much, but yeah, Legaface, I appreciate it, brother. We've been gaming on it for 17 hours. So, it's been alright.
True.
We are starting with breaking news tonight here in California. Governor Gavin Newsom claiming on social media that the president is sending federal agents to San Francisco, a move that Newsom calls straight out of the dictator's playbook. Take a listen.
He says he's going to send in the National Guard to address uncontrollable crime rates, which are fictitious. But first, he needs to create conditions for anxiety. He needs to create the conditions that he can, quote unquote, then solve for. So what does he do? He sends out masked men. He sends out Border Patrol. He sends out ICE, creates anxiety and fear in the community so that he can
Anxiety.
to solving for that by sending in the guard in the first place. This is no different than the arsonist putting out the fire.
San Francisco Chronicle is reporting that about 100 federal agents, including members of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, are headed to the U.S. Coast Guard's Alameda base. NBC News has not yet independently verified that report. Meanwhile, all this coming after a busy day in court in a lawsuit between, you guessed it, Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump and the administration. It's all about whether Trump has the power to deploy California's National Guard like he did back in June during protests here in Los Angeles. Lawyers for the DOJ argue that this move was within Trump's authority, but according to NBC News reporting, the panel of judges might have appeared skeptical. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris. Misty, if Gavin Newsom, if he's right, if there are federal agents headed this way, I mean, did something change here? Because so much is still pending in court, right?
Right.
Absolutely. So it's all about whether or not the president can deploy the National Guard over the objection of the governor. And this is a rarely used emergency statute. And it says that in cases of rebellion, foreign invasion, or when the president is unable to execute the laws of the United States through regular forces. So that's the issues where the president can deploy the National Guard. And the question is, under the particular circumstances, is it warranted? So over time, that could change. Back in June, it could be warranted. Now it could not be. It really depends on the circumstances at the time and what that danger is.
Now, we don't know how this is going to play out, but we do know that there was a lively discussion today in court. Let's listen a little bit to what we heard inside of court today in the case of Newsom versus Trump.
Why is a couple of hundred people engaging in disorderly conduct and throwing things at a building over the course of 2 days of comparable severity to an invasion or a rebellion?
Well, because violence is being used to thwart enforcement of federal law, and I don't.
But violence is used to thwart enforcement of federal law all the time.
Well,
right? I mean, like the FBI goes to arrest somebody and he shoots at them or tries to run away, and that happens every day.
Right.
All right, so again, I don't want to read too much into what the judges are saying there. But what's your takeaway?
My takeaway is you're talking about when it's, well, from the federal perspective, it's protection of federal buildings, federal agents. It's a lot easier of an argument for the administration to say the National Guard is necessary when it relates to that type of federal issue. But if the National Guard is taking over the responsibilities and duties of local law enforcement, of state or city law enforcement, that's where that line between state sovereignty.
I should have seen that coming. I forgot this is a whole horseshoe.
The line of questioning you heard from the judges today, whether or not the circumstances justify the deployment in this particular situation.
And Misty, look, we've been getting such a hodgepodge of lower court rulings on this. They seem very incremental. Like, is this going to be definitive, or when are we going to see clarity, final clarity on this states' rights versus federal rights?
With respect to this National Guard issue, it could be imminent as soon as this week. The administration has...
The governor is sending the California National Guard to support food banks across the state over concerns that food benefits could be halted for millions of Californians due to the government shutdown. Food banks across the Southland have been more strained than usual as federal workers who don't normally need their services enter the 23rd day without pay.
Now food banks are bracing for SNAP and WIC to run out of funding by the end of the month. Sandra Mitchell live in Hollywood with more. Sandra.
Yeah, Micah, as we know, these food banks are a lifeline for so many families right now. They are already reporting a 30% increase in need across the state over last year. And tonight there is real concern with federal funding running out that they could be overwhelmed and depleted. It's mealtime at the Hollywood Food Coalition, and Deshaun Duncan is hungry and worried that he'll soon be without any other options for food.
If you don't have anything to eat here, where else are you going to go? Basically, it'd be reverting back to a life of things that you just don't want to do.
Duncan, one of more than 300 people who lined up along Hollywood Boulevard tonight. People who depend on government assistance.
We've already seen a rise in numbers of people needing to access food.
As the federal government shutdown drags on, 5.5 million people in California who rely on supplemental food benefits, sometimes called food stamps, could be forced to go without, because there simply will not be enough funding.
You've seen the lines of people already around the food banks. So we are fast tracking an $80 million investment. We're front loading it to get into food banks. And we're using the framework that we established during COVID to build out our capacity to deliver quickly food to those in need.
Okay, yes, we get it.
Hey, it's Dry Day. And the Arc Raiders team just put out a blog post talking about a recap of the Server Slam, what they're changing about the game, what they're looking for.
I had fun.
As well as a super nice infographic that covers what things went on during the Server Slam, how many queens got destroyed, and things like that. So let's dive in. First thing to talk about is the change to the flying arcs, the drones that go up in the sky. There's actually been a lot of discussion around whether the arcs are too strong and are too much of a presence. I actually think that, number one, I don't think any of them are all too hard. The Rocketeer and a well-placed Bastion can take you out pretty easily, but for the most part, every other arc can be respected in their own way and dealt with in their own way. And the big thing about AI enemies, any kind of like NPC style character, is no matter how good the logic is, they will, over time, players will learn to cheese them and abuse them, and they will become very like rote and monotonous. I think they've done a good job in Arc Raiders of making the Arc robots feel varied and have a good presence and all of that. And I don't agree with the perspective of, hey, let's just make them easier. But there are a lot of people that jumped into the Server Slam, got blown up by drones or bots over and over and over, and quit and had very vocal things to say about the game in general. And there's definitely some issues with, you know, the targeting and things like that. So as you can see at the bottom of the screen, the first change they're making is they're going to make it so the targeting aspect of the flying drone specifically, so like the Wasp, the Hornet, and probably even the Rocketeer as well, maybe the snitch, although the snitch has a very wide area coverage, so maybe this has an impact or not. So it turns out their awareness was a bit too high, allowing them to essentially see through trees and bushes. This made their vision unintentionally overpowered, but we've adjusted
I tried
that,
hiding, but it
so
didn't
what
work.
they can see now, so expect a fairer fight at launch. So they're not changing the damage output of the Hornet or the Wasp, or the presence of the Rocketeer. It's more just about how they find you. And this is probably a great first step. This doesn't really change the efficacy of them once you're aggroed. It just means it's a little less unfair when they do find you. And there's definitely times where I felt like I was in a bush, hiding by a rock, I threw a lure grenade, and then the drone just like, hey, who's that over there? So there's definitely situations where it felt like they found you very easily, even through buildings that had holes in the roof, so they actually had visibility on you there. So this is a pretty fair change for the drones itself. It doesn't really have a major impact on how scary they are. But let me know what you think about this. If you felt like one, do you think the arcs needed changing at all? And two, do you feel like the flying drones actually had a very easy time finding you, even if you were hiding? It's very possible that there was no line of sight occlusion for the drones up in the sky. So even if you were in a bush, they just saw you flat out. But there's issues with that for other players as well, so we can talk about that in a separate video. But yeah, let me know what you think about the flying arc change here. Next up, the Dam Tower. There are probably people in this comment section that remember what the Dam Tower is. There's even another loot area that had this same issue. So what are we talking about here when it comes to Dam Tower? So
Oh yeah, they could
about
get into
2 or
the
3
back.
locations on the one map that we played in the server slam that were meant to be locked loot locations where you'd have to bring a key card or a key item to open them, and you would get really good loot for doing so. However, people found ways to get into these loot rooms without needing the key. In the case of the Dam Tower, you can actually go up onto the roof of the control tower of the Dam Tower, jump off the roof, and then grab onto a lower ledge, and then there was a broken window where you could get into the Dam Tower room. Another area of the map, there was one of these broken, ruined, the destroyed building areas that had a loot room in it. But because there was a hole, a destructed hole in the concrete in the wall, again, people could climb up and jump through that hole and get in and get the loot. So what they're doing is, there was a question of are they going to fix this or not? Is this intended? Do they intend for you to be able to bypass the key requirement to get into these loot rooms? And it sounds like that was not the case. So we watched many of you bravely and perhaps a little too easily access the launch tower on Dam Battlegrounds. It was fun to watch, but a bit too accessible for a key loot location. That's been fixed to keep the challenge sharp. So again, the Dam Tower wasn't the only location you could do this on. It was just the one that people were talking about because I'm sure people just clips were going around on how to get in, that sort of thing. It sounds like that was fixed, so you can no longer, get in through the broken window in the Dam Tower. Hopefully anywhere this happens, I think it's probably a good philosophical decision to say that if something has a locked key that you're supposed to get in a game like this, you should have the locked key. It's kind of cool and fun to jump king your way into broken windows and holes in walls and things like that, or hopefully not glitch through terrain and things like that. But I think if there is a key requirement in an extraction-based game, bringing a key with you should be part of that thrill, and they shouldn't have to balance the loot that comes out of it to account for the fact that people were getting in for free. Next, they made a note about stability. I think in general, this is definitely one of the more stable games you can find in the market right now, but obviously hardware is varied, especially with PCs, not consoles, but even with PCs. Very different hardware, very different drivers, firmware, software. No matter what you do, there's always going to be gaps. And so from the server slam, they say thank you for helping to identify and get those issues out to them so you can get bug reports. They have found those issues and resolved stability issues across all platforms, including console. From the test, we've locked in even more solutions leading up to launch day to ensure a smooth launch experience. On the whole, I've seen most feedback saying the game runs great, but I have seen people saying that they're getting frame drops, FPS issues, lots of other things, so hopefully that gets better over time. Next up was the feedback on visual difference. So anyone that played Tech Test 2 specifically, it was higher fidelity than it was on the server slam, and a lot of this was because of performance, right? This is worth an entire other video. I'll probably make a separate video on this topic, as there's other things we need to talk about around being able to see through smoke on some settings, being able to see through foliage on some settings, and the visual difference for performance requirements, level of detail, draw distance, things like that. So I'll probably separate that out. But a lot of people have noticed that the fidelity went down from the Tech Test 2 to Server Slam, and people were complaining about the quality of it. And so they acknowledged that the visual difference was a problem for some, and that they are aware of it, and they made the default settings change to make it more favorable for performance, and they're looking into tuning further to strike the right balance. It doesn't sound like there's anything majorly actionable here. They're just aware of the feedback that people don't like, that the bottom line came down for performance. Some companies will be willing to manage like cinematic or ultra level details for the people that want to use it. If you have an enthusiast level machine, they want to be able to see that. However, it does increase the download size when they do that, and it does increase the cost of assets, and some companies just don't bother, right? If they can make the best version for everybody, that's easier for them to develop on based on the resources they have. But obviously the people that want more fidelity and have the capability of supporting it would prefer it. It doesn't sound like there's anything like, hey, we're going to do this. It's just on their radar. They're aware of the feedback, and they're going to see what they can do. Next, let's dive into the stats of the Server Slam. It was a 3-day Server Slam. They extended just to the end of the late night of the third day. But there were 30 million rounds played, which is pretty awesome. I mean, they peaked closer to 200,000 CCU on Steam, at least for that, for something that was free at the time. Pretty straightforward, but very, very good. So 30 million rounds played of people getting in, getting out is very, very respectable and super exciting. The deadliest arc, which should come to no surprise to anyone, was the Rocketeer. The Rocketeer, I think the first time you see the Rocketeer without realizing what it is, especially like, I can imagine a new player coming into the game, seeing a Wasp blasting it out of the sky, seeing a Hornet and be like, oh, it's got some armor on the lift. Okay, let's go around it. Okay, we destroyed it. And you go through the game, you see pops and you see ticks. You're like, okay, this is easy. So you see this black, larger Wasp or Hornet floating around. You're like, whatever, I'm gonna shoot it. And then you just stand still while it looks at you and targets you, thinking it's a machine gun. It's definitely not, and it blasts you to bits. So I could definitely see this being it. It's definitely one of the strongest ones in the game, and it's the one that I respect the most. Even like I said, the Bastion, the Leaper, in a lot of cases, you can circumvent them. They're also very loud and large and easy to see, and they're grounded too, which means they can't go over buildings, structures, roofs, things like that. So the Rocketeer being the one that killed the most amount of players, not that surprising. The Rocketeer actually knocked down almost 2.4 million players. So out of those 30 million rounds, 2.4 million players were taken out specifically by the Rocketeer, which is pretty funny. The most crafted weapon was the Pharaoh. Now, there's a couple things to say about the Pharaoh. I think at first people don't like the bolt action single round reload type weapon in general. And I think it also is a little skewed here because one, there was a lot of new players coming in with a fresh account because it was just for the Server Slam, so they didn't have a lot of resources, and Pharaoh is one of the starter weapons that you can craft very easily with basic resources, so I think that is going to amplify it a little bit. But I actually am quite surprised, and comment down below, I'm surprised with the amount of love the Pharaoh is getting. Now, if you get like a Pharaoh 1 with no attachments, it's pretty rough. You get the pump, and you have to you have to do the chamber, clear the chamber. You have to bolt it again, and then do it again. Especially in an open firefight, you can get screwed pretty hard. So I would think that weapons like that would not be that popular. However, it seems like a lot of players really love the Pharaoh. Now, if you get a Pharaoh 4, like upgrade it all the way, and then put attachments on it, you can greatly reduce that single round reload time, so you can shoot and pump. And because Arc Raiders is third person, it means that you can peek, right? And I think a lot of people learn to do this in games like this, where they will only fire outside of cover if they
That's
are
what
able
I
to fire,
needed.
right? They only peek if they're able to fire. So if you're using a Pharaoh, you pump out, shoot once, go back and cover, right? You're only peeking and shooting,
Horn of
shooting,
Celebration,
which means you're
Sword,
basically
Iron
eliminating
Bark
the major
Spear.
downside for Pharaoh. It's
Ooh,
also a heavy
food
round weapon with
preparation,
high
Iron
arc
Roast.
penetration, which means it's
Shell
good against
Forward.
players if you dome them in the head. It's good against any of the arc robots, the drones that fly by. You just pop them once, crash to the ground. So It's just widely useful,
Surprise, motherfucker.
easily available, and packs a punch. And so, you know, the most is crazy. Usually weapons like this, you know, are not the most popular just because they're harder to use, but it seems this time around that bolt action, you know, marksman carbine type rifle is just people are
Increases
vibing.
armor and
Next, somehow, some way, 77 queens were eliminated during the server slam. I didn't bother trying to destroy a queen just because with the intro level gear that we got in the server slam, I knew it was going to be a huge undertaking. Even in tech test 2, it usually took anywhere from like 400 to like 800 rounds pumped into the queen to destroy her, and that's using, you know, more of the purple legendary tier weapons and bonuses that you get in there. So realistically, if you wanted to use this with like, you know, basic common or green weapons or maybe even blue weapons to take down the queen, it would take, you know, significantly more than that. So I'm kind of shocked that people even bothered to do the queen. I've seen clips of like 10 players grouping up and shooting at the queen. Again, if you're not sure what the queen is, there is a harvester encounter on the map where a special room will pop up with loot in it, and it's guarded by a gigantic, like factory-sized arc robot that has crazy powers and is super strong. And so you can kill her, you can loot her. She has great loot and components on her, but out of the total 3 days, people took the time to take down 77 of them, which is wild. And imagine that it probably took, again, like 6 to 10 people each time. Now, once we go live, like once we have the live version of the game, if you have a full loadout with really good weapons, you should be able to take the queen out in a group of 3 or 2 with good placement and time and things like that, especially with consumables, throwing the big heavy grenades or like, you know, things like that can do a good job. The queen is a manageable target. It just wasn't very reasonable for the tech test, for the server slam, but people disagreed and they took her down. So 77 of them were destroyed. But in return, 108,000 players were knocked down by the queen. Like the last hit that incapacitated the player was the queen, 108,000, which is wild. Because you think about if 2.4 million were knocked down by the Rocketeer, 108,000 coming down by the queen is massive because the Rocketeer's all over the map. The queen is literally only in one location and only when the special event is active on the run to topside that you're doing. So the fact that the queen had so many casualties shows how powerful she actually is. I think a lot of those players just didn't know what to expect, or they just weren't paying attention. You know, one of the biggest parts about the queen is other players third-partying you while you're coming in, right, when you have aggro on the queen. But the queen, you know, got some punches back in. Total over the weekend, 58 million arcs were destroyed. If there were 30 million rounds played, that means that basically people were destroying over one arc every single time they went topside on average, right? Obviously, I'm sure there were people that were surviving to the end, destroying 5, 6, 7, 10, 12. You know, if you count up all the wasps and hornets and all the individual aspects of it, you could certainly get that number really high. But 58 million arcs being destroyed over the weekend. 26,000 players knocked down by lightning. So you had to be in the electrical storm status effect for the map, and then you had to get hit by the lightning. I don't think I'd ever been down by lightning, but I can imagine if like you were in a very unfortunate situation, you hit by it, or if you just didn't know that the lightning did damage with the first time you did the storm status on the map, it probably just struck you and took you out. And lastly, they've got some goofy stats here. There were 816,000 rubber ducks collected. These are treasure items that can be sold for a good amount, but they also stay in a display case in Speranza for how many you've collected. And some players, because when you throw them, they make a squeaky sound, we're using them as like pseudo lure grenades, just throwing rubber duckies out to the open and having them go wham as they land. Pretty funny. 2,600 brave raiders were incapacitated or slain while playing the recorder. So I guess everyone was out here playing post-apocalyptic, you know, survival game, and other people were playing like a D&D bard, just trying to sing the song of their people. So their recorder is an item you can play. It plays a recorder sound, and you can doot while you're moving around. And so there were literally 2,600 raiders were knocked down while playing the recorder. So I admire their commitment to the song. And an extension of that, 96,000 recorders were found. I think there was a trader that sold the recorders on a rotation. So I don't know if this counts the ones that could be bought, or maybe, you know, they say recorders found, so maybe it's just recorders that were found out in the field while you're looting topside. But 96,000 recorders found is pretty funny. And that's that. Let me know what you think about them changing the awareness of the flying drones. I know some people want the arcs to stay the same. Some people want the arcs to be weaker because they're too strong, yada yada. So what do you think? Is that a good change? Is that a very safe change for what they're looking at? The visual difference on performance and quality, you expect them to make changes there? How do you feel about the launch prep and how the server slam went and what your expectations are for launch? Toss it down below. If you found value in today's video, leave a like down below, leave a comment for the algorithm to help this video get seen by more people, and don't forget to check out my other channels for other content and other stuff and other things.
I have technology. I need one more. Bro, what the fuck happened? That's what I need, baby. Where your ass is at, boy? There you are. Pathetic. 25 pure wood, baby. Not bad, not bad at all. How much do I need for the pickaxe? 23 core. Five bronze. There we go. 2 coal, 1 chain. A hanging brazier, huh? I know it. bonfire, maybe? Hmm. They lowered the fuel con to 10. Got it done, baby. Can't stop me. Sorry.
During the full-scale war, Ukrainian forces have neutralized dozens of Russian special forces from the elite Senej and Kubinka units. The I Want to Live project published a list of the casualties. Names of deceased fighters from other Russian special operations forces, including special operations and intelligence units, were also disclosed. A few days ago, a documentary was released detailing the destruction of a sabotage and reconnaissance group from the Senej Special Forces Center, which operated in the Chernihiv region. Soldiers from the 54th Separate Reconnaissance Battalion and border guards of the 105th Detachment neutralized the enemy group. The operation resulted in the elimination of 6 Senej officers, with their bodies, weapons, and equipment seized. The project notes that the Senej and Kubinka Special Training Centers are key units of the Russian Special Operations Forces, directly subordinate to the General Staff. Personnel undergo rigorous selection and training according to Western standards, and are assigned to the most challenging and dangerous missions. These units are regarded as the elite of the elite among Russia's security forces. The losses of such fighters are particularly damaging for Russia. Each is not an ordinary soldier, but a highly trained specialist. Training one officer takes years and significant resources, the I Want to Live project emphasized. The report highlights that eliminating these specialists weakens the core of Russia's special services and reduces their capacity to conduct complex operations outside the country. These casualties represent only part of the losses among Russian elite units in Ukraine. The project currently confirms at least 58 deaths of specialists from the SOF, GRU, and FSB on Ukrainian territory. On the night of October 22nd, explosions were heard in Russian Saransk, the capital of the Republic of Mordovia. Local sources report an attack by drones on the Saransk mechanical plant. According to Russian telegram channels, a series of explosions were heard in the city at around 3 a.m. Later, a threat from drones was announced in the region, and videos with fire and sounds of detonations appeared on social networks. There have been no official comments from the Russian authorities so far. According to open sources, the Saransk mechanical plant is among the enterprises that manufacture components for weapons and ammunition. The plant also produces torpedo-type bicycle hubs, children's and teenage bicycles, snowmobiles, pedal cars, and also direct flow valves for compressors, which it is the only one to produce in Russia. An explosion occurred overnight on October 21st on a section of the railway line connecting Pskov and St. Petersburg, a crucial supply route for Russian military logistics, according to Ukrainian intelligence sources familiar with the situation. The blast took place on one of the stretches of the Pskov-St. Petersburg rail corridor, which spans roughly 280 kilometers, about 175 miles, and is frequently used to transport military cargo, equipment, and personnel to northwestern Russia and occupied territories. Sources within Ukrainian military's main directorate of intelligence told Kiev Post that the explosion
so what am I gonna
caused
get?
significant
My
damage to the
huntsman.
railway infrastructure and sparked a partial fire on a freight train traveling through the area. Details
really
about the type
that
of
big a
cargo transported
fan.
have not yet been disclosed, but early reports suggest it was linked to military supplies. In response, Russian emergency and security services rushed to the scene, while authorities reportedly cut off mobile internet in the
Ancient
region, a
bark
recurring measure
spear.
often seen after similar incidents to restrict the spread
55.
of
What's the
information.
difference?
According to
Oh.
HUR, the explosion has
I
temporarily
have
halted
that.
train movement along the affected section, disrupting the enemy's logistical operations. Railway logistics in this direction have been
Don't
stopped,
really use
which will
spears
negatively
right now
impact
anymore,
the
though.
supply chain of the Russian occupation forces. One
It
intelligence
does more
source
damage
said.
than an arrow, that's for
The
sure.
Pskov-St. Petersburg route is one of several strategic lines used by Moscow to deliver equipment
I could
and
look for needle
reinforcements
arrows.
toward its western military districts and units deployed near the Ukrainian border. The constant presence of drones has fundamentally changed the nature of the war in Ukraine, according to Russian war blogger Alexander Karchenko. The only way to survive is to stay underground, and it can take days to travel just a few kilometers. On his Telegram channel, Witnesses of Bayraktar, Karchenko writes, "Movement is life." In the special military operation, this axiom has taken on new meaning. Just a year ago, you could zip into Novohrodivka on a motorcycle and be out before sunset. Now, such a scenario resembles a Hollywood blockbuster about tough guys. In real life, the brave and courageous move from one shelter to another. It can take a week to walk 10 kilometers. Drones are ever more numerous, and foliage is ever thinner. The only way to hide is underground. This scenario significantly changes the traditional understanding of combat. Renowned tactical medical instructors force trainees to drag heavy dummies for kilometers while firing blanks over their heads. It's good training, but on the battlefield, everything is completely different. In the most dangerous areas, evacuation is out of the question. If you're wounded, the only way to survive is to find cover and wait for the front to advance. 4 healthy men won't be sent to pick up a wounded man. Firstly, because more than 2 people close together are a fat target.
Damn.
Secondly, it's simply impossible to escape a drone with such a payload. Gunfights are becoming less common. If the enemy is spotted, they'll be destroyed by artillery and drones. Now, reaching a strong point basement is already a victory. That's because getting there is more dangerous than engaging in gunfire. We're moving headlong toward unmanned warfare. Humans have reached the limits of their physical capabilities. The body can't be divided into 2 parts without consequences. Humans won't become smaller or more maneuverable. All hope lies in the development of unmanned technologies. Only they will ensure progress. Rubio's call with Lavrov did not go well. Rubio is expected to recommend Budapest summit not go forward next week. However, that anticipated meeting between Rubio and his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, has been put on hold for the time being, a White House official told CNN. It was not immediately clear why the meeting was no longer taking place this week, though one of the sources said Rubio and Lavrov had divergent expectations about a possible end to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. A source familiar with the matter told CNN, though, that officials felt after the Rubio-Lavrov call that the Russian position has not evolved enough beyond its maximalist stance. For now, the source said, Rubio is not likely to recommend the Putin-Trump meeting move forward next week. But Rubio and Lavrov could speak again this week. Lavrov confirms once again that Russia's goal remains a regime change in Kyiv and not just some land in Donbass. An immediate ceasefire in Ukraine would mean only one thing. Most of it would remain under Nazi rule, he said, rejecting Trump's latest call. Russia killed a 38-year-old woman, a 12-year-old girl, and a 6-month-old baby in a strike on the village of Poreby, Kiev region. Rescuers pulled their bodies from a burning house.
Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you want to support Warthog Defense, please become our member and get early access to new videos, exclusive members-only videos, and become administrator in comment section. The membership link is in the description.
Rescues every day. We had a guy last week, it's 6 rescues in 6 days. You know, he's doing the job every day.
Gotcha, bitch. Okay, and I got the tool rack. I got the tool shelf. Two, 5, 6, 7. Wow, just enough, just enough, just enough. Okay. Two silver, 2 ancient bark. Four carwood. 5 iron, 15 other scraps. Okay. My sausages. Whatever. Alright, good enough. That's it for tonight, guys. I had fun. And